Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天163天 It is day 163. No updates still, huh? Man. So it's been officially 2 months since the last curriculum update. Almost 2 months since the Dartmouth was introduced. Curious what they have in stored. Hop right into our lesson. Yesterday was pretty good. Pretty good. That's not as usual.
倒闭，
倒闭. Wait a minute. 倒闭. What was the other bankrupt? Huh. How's this one? Topple. Doll. Oh, we get to use doll again. 倒闭. Topple currency or topple close? Ooh. Topple close. I was thinking B as in like currency. Instead. Was that the other one? No. It might have been something like lacking. Something lack. 倒闭. So topple, close, go bankrupt, yeah. Close the door of a business, 倒闭. Jana. Yeah, Jana is, I don't know what Jana and 倒, like a form of bankrupt or go out of business. It's the closest Mandarin phrase to Jana. 工厂倒闭了. Fair enough.
倒闭，
I think bankrupt to close down. It does have a nuance, but I think to close down is pretty close to 倒闭, and it does deal with toppling and close. So to close down, so 倒闭, which when used this way, it often refers to a business failing. So the whole bankrupt comes down. Jana, most of the forms of things going out of business has that element of closing down or falling over or permanently buried and not being able to recover it. So it's interesting. That'll be
似乎，
似乎 similar. Oh, I forgot that was a yard sign yesterday, right? 似乎. So we get to use who this time. O. Similar O. O is kind of weird. So if something seems to be a certain thing, it is because it is also similar. Oh, I like that. As if seemingly, oh, we have so many themes. It appears to be visible, to notice. Man, okay. Ugh. Also similar, huh? As if 他似乎不太高兴. Okay. So happy.
似乎，即使，
即使 even if. To use 即 so immediate use. Even if. Kinda sounds like even. We say the word even if before a hypothetical condition we immediately want to use to emphasize a point. Even if, even though. Okay, I got you. 即使下雨，即使下雨，我还是会处 interesting 还是 oh no no 原是 no 还是 no 还是 oh yeah that's right alternative that makes much more sense 我还是会去 right the other read 还是 yes
即使试卷
试卷试卷test scroll test paper fine I associate this with paper test scroll test paper test paper 这份试卷试卷很难
这份试卷很难。
试卷这份试卷很难
试卷伙食
a partner meal companion food okay now meals refer to food you eat together with your companion at a there interesting or sure I like it 我不喜欢这家饭店的伙食
我不喜欢这家饭店的伙食。
伙食wrong term 伙食饭店的伙食孩子们喜欢小学的伙食 keep getting the 伙食 a bit off 食堂的伙食oh wait did I mess up no what's happening oh for a moment there I thought I had the own it
伙食
that happens
倒闭即使试卷
试卷
似乎
I don't yeah see that's not gonna work
伙食
yeah see that's just not gonna work themes. Yeah, see that's definitely not gonna work. that that's such a that is such a pivot. Hmm. Memory it is. Uh. 弱点弱点每个人都有自己的弱点
每个人都有自己的弱点。
弱点弱点
每个人都有自己的弱点。
弱 is not great. Like what I mean is saying 弱。
弱点。封闭。
封闭 seal close 这片something 零no, I don't remember. I don't but 零已经 yes 已经被封闭了。
这片森林已经被封闭了。
被封闭了。I need to sort this out. Thing is with card or with a car. What was this? 森林。
这片森林已经被封闭了。
封闭。立即。
Immediate? Oh no. Oh wait, that's fine actually. Stand immediately. But to stand is like right here, right now, immediately. So right here, immediately. Taking a stand is like right here, in this very moment. So stand immediately. 立即。我们需要立即行动 or act 行动请立即告诉我们发生了什么事情。So please immediately tell us what happened. Here's just what happened. This is like happened, what matters. So here's what happened. Please tell us immediately what happened here.
立即。在乎。
Oh, at. Things are falling apart as we speak. I think everything dealing with this character is going to be like weird. If you are at hard work, and somebody says, "Oh, they are working hard. What a great person," then you know other people actually care about the work. Yikes. You want to care about where you're at. That's all I'm gonna say. You want to care about where you're at. 他不在乎. Oh man, that is gonna oof. 他不在乎别人的看法. Doesn't care about other people's opinions. Is that what that says? Oh, she doesn't care about other. Oh yeah, that actually does track really well. 他真的在乎这件事吗？ They really care about this matter. Do they really care? 这不在乎something. 政治 politics makes sense. Right. Say政治 yes. Or yes.
在乎
All right.
问卷
问卷 questionnaire to ask scroll the questionnaire. I mean a list of questions, paper full of questions, questionnaire. 我们需要你 something 写这份问卷填写这份问卷，这份问卷只要只抒画几分懂的时间分懂 Okay, this questionnaire only needs some amount of 分钟 oh that's 钟 not 分钟 minutes of time. The questionnaire only takes I see. Takes. Interesting. Wow. Having elements of take? Huh. Yeah, 这份问卷直抒画10分钟的时间花 for interesting.
问卷
I didn't realize questionnaire had 2 N's in it. Okay. Got it. Types 言的音 音
立即，
What? Oh.
"在乎，
That one's gonna suck.
问卷，
Oh. Bro. Ah! I hit the
封闭， 弱点，
whoa.
小伙子，
小伙子 young man? Oh no, it's spinning the companion but into male thing. Alright. 小伙子 A lad. 小伙子对音乐很天分 talent. What's a talent? This guy has a lot of talent in music. 小伙子对于莫来充满希望 young within future full of hope. So a young man is hopeful towards the future. Oh, this is towards. Oh, 对乎. Oh, okay, yeah, 对于. Yeah, that makes sense. Towards, within the towards the future. Oh, I see. So that is toward future. This fool and hope. The young man is hopeful. Or full, hopeful. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Full of hope, hopeful. 这个小伙子很有创意 creative. So this young man has a lot of creativity. Very creative. Fair enough.
小伙子，法治，
law plus that's not cure. Law plus govern, right? Or method plus govern. That's fine too. Method plus govern. Rule of law. Method of governing. Rule of law. All right. Fair enough. How did 治 work? Oh, the iron elbow. The elbow to the mouth. That's the main method. Okay. Governed by law. Interesting. 我们必须 something Yeah, something 中法字. What is this? 尊重. Oh, sorry, that's not 尊重
我们必须尊重法治。
法治法治在民法治在主民主民主中很重要。
法治在民主中很重要。
民主中很重要。OK，
法治，示弱，
示弱 show weakness. Okay, that's show weakness. Yeah, display weakness. 示弱，这对小opponent 在对小面在对小面前不能示弱。Okay. In opponents or forward face in front of so do not show weakness. Can't show or you can't. You can't. 他曾不弱弱. He never shows. Refuse. Interesting. Wait, what is this again? 坚决 determined firm. Boo. I guess that's how you get refused. 坚决不 or I guess the not show weakness. This emphasizes use because it's firm refusal to show weakness.
示弱，沉，
沉 to sink. That's close to sink. To go down maybe. Send. Sink. 沉. It kinda sorta looks like Shun. Sort of. It's very similar to Shun minus one thing, and that is the bottom right. Right. What was on the bottom right? I want to say a tree? It's something down here. Oh no. Guess I'll see when I see it. Charlie Brown is lying inside the infirmary, which is slowly flooding with water from a storm. Rip. The water sprays in and slowly fills the room, inching up and surrounding his sickbed. Suddenly the intercom announces, "Reach the top of the infirmary to win a prize. Whoever has the fastest leg wins a crown and a sticker." Charlie sighs, slides off the bed, and sinks into the water. Sorry, that sounds perfectly. Good grief, I'll just sink now. Oh, that's kind of dark. But he's in the infirmary. I don't know. This is a little bit tough. thinks. So we're just thinking it. Crown. That's so from left field. I don't know how well. I think I'd prefer legs. That's kind of tough. That's really funny. I kind of like it. We're just gonna stick with it. That's really funny. Just think. 强死. No, 强死. To sink into thought, to contemplate. 强重. Heavy. Oh, heavy. What? 长电. Alright. Be immersed in. Oh. Start getting into interesting territory.
沉
I wonder why it's like Chen. This Chen. It's more any than any. Okay. I'm gonna get popped.
降
Young. To descend. Oh boy. Speaking of thinking is like descending. Okay. Young. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom. Go on, which has a holy buffalo. Alright, checks out for the apple. At the top of a small grassy hill that comes out of the tile, it descends down the hill and starts chasing Jimmy, attracted by his stupid haircut. Alright. The foreman, in turn, chases the holy buffalo, trying to make it stop. Imagination. Okay. I'll bite. I'll bite. 降雪. Precipitation. Oh, that's funny. Descending water. Precipitation. That is hilarious. Alright. 降落. Just descend and fall. The land. Excuse me? You combine descend and fall to get land. I mean, I guess if you fall, you're gonna land somehow, right? Okay.
降
Yeah. Alright. Alright. Oh man. That's not great. That's really not that great. Especially when it has to happen in the bathroom of a chapel. Yikes.
小伙子
That's so rough. This is rough.
沉
Because I think really has very little to do with legs, crown, or just the spray part. I kind of have a very funny visual though. Like the room is flooding, so Charlie Brown tries to get to the door. So when he like gets out of the bed and into the flooded area, all his legs just sink into the water with only his crown, like head available. You can only see it, and he's like rushing to the door. That's what I'm imagining right now. Instead of some random intercom thing. And this one is rough.
酱
They're like imagining buffalo, buffalo descending down a hill at Jimmy Neutron with a foreman right quickly behind. It's pretty comical though. Some of this is pretty out. Whoops. That's raw. I keep doing raw and
法治 示弱
raw. I suspect problems in the future. Another B to complete. Oh boy. The Bigfoot ones are rough. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the house where he is growing a rice field. Bathroom of his house, okay. In the bathtub. Guess that's fairly reasonable. He is nearly complete with growing his first batch of stuff in his rice field. In the middle is a completed beanstalk. Oh dang, I didn't even think of it as a beanstalk. Oh, with flowers. Oh, interesting. I was thinking maybe it's a combination of turf. Turf and some cross. Because if you look at it this way, it's also turf and a cross. Right? But they went with flowers and then beanstalk connecting through here. Interesting. Intriguing. Alright. Would a cross and turf be better? Kind of. Alright, I'll humor you. In the middle is a completed beanstalk that has a bunch of flowers growing out of it. Okay. I got you. Completed. Okay. Almost nearly complete. Stalks growing. Alright, I got you. Is it something Bigfoot would do outside of anyone else? Not really. So it's gonna be very tough remembering it's Bigfoot. Maybe because Bigfoot just doesn't want to go outside. Right? In his secret house, his secluded house. B, yeah, for graduate. All right, yeah, to complete and become a professional, something like that for graduate. Eating. What the complete after all?
B
Things are getting wild. I might have to change up my thought process. We're gonna have to go harder on being more abstract.
冰
Bing, alright. At least I can rely on Bing. Bigfoot's doing work. Bigfoot's in front of the English Manor, running around on the ice of the frozen Manor Lake. He has no skates, instead just sliding around the ice with his paws. You know, I haven't ever thought about Bigfoot's having paws, as opposed to, you know, being Bigfoot. That's interesting. A fish swim in the water that's below the ice. He wears a monocle, having dressed up for his trip to the Bigfoot, huh? Bing cube. Bing Kuai, a lump of ice. Oh, okay. Why? Bing xiang, yeah, refrigerator. Bing bang. Is it really Bing bang? Oh man, that's funny. Bing, Bing chilling. All right. Lung raw, lung raw, ding, on. Okay.
冰透
Okay. Oh. Oh, I kind of got stuck on this a little bit. This character standalone. In grain stock, and that's wait. I swear this is a thing, right? We covered this? Oh no, what is that? Grain stock and steps. Hold up. Oh, it's elegant. Oh no. Yeah, this is new. Yo. So many. Oh. Penetrate. Tarzan is in the bathroom. Tarzan is notorious. Tarzan is in the bathroom of the bakery. Go on. Wearing a chef's hat. Okay. He noticed that a single grain stalk has penetrated the top of the bathroom wall while taking a leak. He gets a set of stairs and steps up and pulls it through. He looks at the hole left where the grain stalk penetrated. He sees the road that leads up to the pop a hole through the wall. Through the wall, yeah. Okay. Although this can be mixed with the Hulk or Shrek. See them doing that. Huh. Man. All of these are gonna be rough. Oh me. Penetrate bright. Transparent. Oh. Okay. Clear instead. Penetrate clear. Transparent. Bong. Oh. Penetrate. Oh, this is kind of like something. Instead of doing the wear thing. Tongue toll. Nothing really. Ying ying. Oh. Ito. I'm starting to get. Now I'm starting to sweat a
透
bit. Yeah, we're definitely getting to. Oh no.
骨
This is about where I would expect to start feeling this about most. Oh, cool. Bones. Goofy is in the basement of the house, running around in the typical Goofy manner. Got you. He trips on a bone that was on the ground and flies into the wall. He hits the wall so hard that a bone pops out of his body. Oh great. Or he broke a few bones. Yeah. A bone shelf? Or yeah, fair enough. Gucho. Break a bone. Yeah, that's breaking bone. Sternum. Thin as a rake. 骨秀如柴 Interesting. That is most definitely a very, lack of a better, a very Chinese. Thin as a rake. Or like fat as a pig. Thin as a rake. Bone marrow. Wait. Boucher.
Gu.
Right. Alright.
蛋
Dang. Mild. Inflammation spray. All of these are rough. Dracula. Oh, except for one. Almost all of them, except for one. Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, trying to cure his inflammation that began on his butt after he sat on some garlic earlier that day. Okay. At the pawn shop, he just bought a spray bottle of mild vintage anti-garlic serum to fix himself up. He pulls down his pants in front of a dirty mirror and spray a dirty vintage mirror and sprays the inflammation on his butt. He slowly becomes more mild, fading from red. It slowly becomes more mild, fading from red to like pink. This one's pretty good. Danti. I'll see. Interesting. Bang Dan. Mild cold.
蛋
Oh boy. Boy howdy.
币
Boy howdy hey.
蛋
Okay.
骨 冰
Bing is the only one I got today. So we're in doo doo. Wait.
Toe
Oh, Toe is not good. Toe is in trouble. Yeah, it's completely lost. Oh, and that is. Oh, Toe is in trouble. Yikes! I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to read that tomorrow. Okay. All right. Good to go. Not for today's problem.
下周
他放假放到下周。
一同
我们一同去吧。
洗脑
政府洗脑年轻人。
救
Panic? Panic.
公听众
主持人向听众致谢。
球队，
我们球队又败了。
Oh, dang it.
学术，
学术研究很重要。
估，西北，
他们朝着西北走去。
What am I looking at? I'm gonna say
累，
what are you? Hold up. I want. Just kidding.
起床，
他还没起床。
Oops. E and up.
男子，
中年男子，
Did I get anything else? I just want to type
都，
it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to even
比
think about it.
赛，
我觉得我们会赢得比赛。
I don't want to think about it anymore. Gut feeling all the way. Sure. Hmm.
规范，
这个行为不符合社会规范。
Third form? Yeah. Okay. Oops, that's not.
新年，
新年快乐！
剧，公平，
生活是不公平的。
Why? Why do I not know you? Wait. Yeah, I don't know.
没有，
你有没有弟弟？
认，读者，
这个读者每天都读书。
靠，
wait.
订单，
接到订单后，30分钟后会送达。
懂，管，申报，
我们每年都必须向政府申报收入。
导演，
他导演了多部影片。
隔离，
如果你生病了，请自我隔离。
肥胖，
如果你吃太多，你会变得肥胖。
What? Oh, that is not that.
管，
Dang.
碗，拉开，
拉开抽屉，
I have so many like nebulous combinations in my head that it would be very, very tough without context. Very, very tough without context, right? Gotta start and I gotta double down on somehow creatively.
转折点，
搬到台湾是我人生的一个转折点。
Or like a break point. I've got to add points. Oh, wrong phone. What is this? Where does the word part come from? Like, oh. What? I'm thinking of something. No, I'm thinking of Joe again. I keep thinking of Joe. What is that?
文明，
这个品牌全国闻名。
退休，
他想早点退休。
参观，
我在中国的时候，参观了很多学校。
打雷，
夏天常常下雨打雷。
What?
道谢，
他临走时特别去向女主人道谢。
爬，肥肉，
有些人喜欢吃肥肉。
巨人，
巨人是神话生物。
申请，
我想申请签证。
闪亮，
我想跳进闪亮的水里。
雷达，
雷达可以用来探测飞机或船只的位置。
I thought breaking point was one of them. Did I not type breaking point? Oh, did I type break point? Okay, that's
社群，
这个社群很友善。
hmm. I genuinely have no idea. I think this is gonna be blocked. Doll. Doll. What does the doll? Oh, this is Moon. Yeah.
将，
Too soon. Too soon.
牙科，
他正在念牙科学位。
What? Oh, right. 2 and 7.
牙医，
他是牙医。
折断，
这个玩具很容易被折断。
戏院，
我们今晚要去戏院。
What happened? Oh, wrong tone.
夜，组建，
组建老年合唱团。
Organize, establish. Oh, those are all in that. Oh, okay. All in that pool. Ugh. Okay.
瘦，
Don't do this. Don't do. It's gone.
细，调，
Who? Who is the problem?
见
That's not good. That's so weak right now. Even from being yesterday. Or lots of these characters are so weak.
一
Oh, weak.
灯
Oh no. Oh no. Oh,
免
wait. Oh. Wait. Wait. Hold.
够
Face? What was... Face? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to type through. Oh?
线 阵地
攻击敌人的阵地，
Or position. Position.
如此
情况就是如此。
叫做
这种语言叫做中文。
闪电
闪电的速度非常快，
药片
他每天吃2片药片。
What? Wait. Wait. Oh. No, I typed that in.
耳环
戴耳环，
Okay, so what happened here? It's yes.
右
What the how about
迷信
他们的家庭非常迷信。
can't spell? No? Oh no, I'm not sure about that one. Oh, type mo and so.
传奇，
我以前听过这个传奇。
That is not that. Typing on field.
手套，
这两只手套不配对。
How did I screw this up?
容颜，
容颜渐老。
树木，
不要损坏树木。
I am not something I am not thinking correctly on. I keep going back to what the.
隔日，
他隔日跑步。
毛皮，
毛皮围巾。
Tallest. Mario's in a barn covered in fur. He hopes to disguise himself from the cows with a raccoon or something. Instead, he acts fireballing. Huh.
能够，
青蛙能够跳得很高。
Oh. Efficient ability. Qualified? Probably qualified.
集合，
在规定的地点集合。
Waiting. Huh. And let's see. I'm pretty sure is Your first time watching live learning language is something gorgeous. I mean, you can most definitely learn at your own pace, you know. Feel like I just-
支流，
Oh,
黄河的一条支流，
I don't know. Must got caught on something. Maybe qualified or be able to, yeah. Qualified, have the ability. Have the ability is probably added right. Being able. Having the. Oh, there, Bill. Hello, hello. Oh, what am I looking? Oh, oh no, grain stock and oh no, what is that? Stock and sun. I'm gonna say
口香糖，
薄荷口香糖，
all right.
"烈酒，
他很少喝烈酒，
城市，
我喜
All right, all right. What is this with a thread and a summon? Threads and summons. I think you're like connecting the dots, right? We're connecting. This is not it. Oh. No. Yes? No.
茶，
I feel like YOLO.
约，
It is like reserve, but they're using appointment. Maybe appointment.
十几，
我拍了10几张照片，
more than 10? Oh. Okay.
天桥，
这条天桥通往市中心，
连年，
连年丰收，
I think appointment work. Yeah, to make an appointment, to reserve something. I typed reserve.
明显，
很明显他在撒谎，
Why? Why are you? I need to think of a word. What is the vocabulary word? That's not it. Oh, oh, 中语. Age and earthworm.
盾斑帽
Oh, that's not Chinese. Uh. No, I had it, and now it's gone. I'm gonna do no. No, 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 no. That's not it. It's gone. Oh, no, it's back.
解
Okay.
终于
他终于回来了。
各种各样
他有各种各样的想法。
把握
学生应该把握学习机会。
Proceed. That is not that. That.
抓紧
抓紧了，别松手。
We go again. All right, let's try. Oh. No? I don't know. Okay, so like to gather suitable.
农业
农业非常重要。
That wasn't a very strong showing.
传输
网络是一种方便的信息传输工具。
世家
他世家出身，
Can I provide you with your can I provide you guys with my own perspective on how to learn a new by that effective and like a particular perspective. I like to which allows people for problems, opportunity for that to happen on in this day and age. My perspective is you want to learn something that has the potential to make you potentially appreciate, have any form of sense of discipline or critical thinking skills or problem solving skills. Language can offer those opportunities. My perspective, being able to do something time that encourages do those things allow one significantly more successful. Not necessary per se, but bolsters the ability to be successful. Another perspective, right? There are a lot of perspectives. Perspective is a large word. Another perspective, essence of time, is to understand that when one sees learning a new language not as a form of I remember you. Yeah, 好久不见. Another perspective, essence of time, which if one isn't focused on simply acquiring a new skill and seeing language as a life skill, it challenges a lot of things that deal with being able to make time for challenges active versus passive commitments. So if you want to engage in learning a new language, you don't necessarily have to see it as a life thing. Engaging in acquiring a skill may be sufficient, like I said earlier from the first perspective, to allow you to start thinking about and solving problems. Learning how to optimize, how to schedule time and whatnot. However, if you embrace the language as something you're going to do for life, it also has the opportunity to develop life skills. And life skills deal with discipline, habit formation. Those are opportunities you can explore. One of the caveats to my perspective is that not a lot of people look at learning a language in the context of those things. They typically look at it as the usefulness of a new language. Generally speaking, if you're talking about learning a new language and you're deciding to learn a new language and you're looking at it from a results and application standpoint, don't do it. That's probably one of my perspectives. It is misguided if you're learning a language for some sort of application. I think it would be incredibly negligent of me to take responsibility to believe that learning a new language, and you're specifically learning a new language for its uses, its applications. You know a native language when you grow up. That native language has many potentials when you specialize and be enthusiastic about your native language. Learning a new language voluntarily at a later age is something you choose to do. It's a form of enrichment. It's rarely a form of necessity. So you learn to create necessity for yourself. You learn to obligate yourself to that new necessity. That's the potential that learning a new language will have. But I do feel a little bit wanting to raise some caution that some people can push learning a new language as though it somehow dramatically increases your success rates in everything else you do, or that it's necessary to learn a new language. I see a new language as potential, but potential is very much based on the commitment and the ability of the person. So the value of the language can be 0. The bottom for learning a new language can even be a -1. But the sky is the limit as well. So lots of variance. So my own perspective is learning a new language is an opportunity. And seeing it as an opportunity offers a lot of perhaps satisfaction and skill development with it. You may not necessarily need any of the skills that are involved in language learning, where you can also find it in somewhere else, like developing a different skill, right? So I like learning a new language personally, largely because I get to do practice all those skills, and that's not like the same as mechanically learning grammar and pronouncing words, and those are mechanical related things. I think a lot of times people see new language as acquiring new mechanics. I see language learning as an opportunity to develop and refine your life skills. That's probably my most consistent perspective that I share. If you're learning a language to learn more about the way you learn, that's probably what I would say learning a new language has a wonderful, significant return on investment. If you're learning a language because you're going to use it for a very specific case, make the case happen and then learn the language. Like, for example, if you think you're going to use Japanese or Chinese in your life, make it an obligation first, if that's all you care about. If you only care about the application of that language you're going to learn, you must already have in place, likely already have in place obligations. So those who are successful at learning a language, those obligations, whether they're artificially made, like figuratively in the mind, or literally, as in you moved to that country, obligations are necessary if you're only looking at language as an application. I do not. So I often tell people that what differs me from a lot of people in general is learning a language is pursuit for intellectual enrichment. It's not pursuit of application. So whether I go on to use Chinese, like forcing myself to use Chinese, or move to China, those are optional things. I can do them figuratively, as in my mind. That requires problem solving, critical thinking skills, which I don't think a lot of people decide to learn a new language, go start. But they can learn. There is a chance by doing the language, they appreciate the idea that when you get bored in practicing a language, you ultimately want it bad enough, the obligation side of things, bad enough that you begin to learn how to make it less boring over time and how to maintain a habit. So someone who successfully acquires a language could end up maturing as a thinker. And that is what I like to believe happens most of the time. I don't think it does, unless it's forced upon someone. So learning a new language nowadays, or do you already have a use case for it? And then for me, I would encourage people to see it as a learning opportunity. If you solely focus on the results and your progress of the language, I think that's an exercise in diminished return. So when you keep saying, oh, I'm about to pass JLPT 3 or HSK 4, I think from my perspective, you are very unlikely to be successful at learning a new language. You are, but you can still succeed. I'm just saying it's for myself, really not about those, right? Or at least I'd like to try to make it look like it is or demonstrate. So if you're going around constantly telling people, oh yeah, but I'm not fluent yet. Oh, but I don't want to say because I'm really bad because my idea is that I want to be fluent before I speak. That's kind of what I'm talking about. I think that will ultimately cause someone to fail to learn a new language or internalize a new. You learn something, you're excited, you see what you can do with the stuff you learn each and every day. And learning how to apply even the most broken things, the most fewest things, the most restrictive things, tackles problem solving and critical thinking. It challenges you, and that is invaluable, absolutely invaluable to mature one's thinking skills. Why do I think that is relevant to language learning? Learning a new language requires that you have enough flexibility in the way you think in order to, in my opinion, become fluent in that language. If you are rigid and consistently always within your box of thinking, then you can still acquire a new language with sufficiency. But internalizing that language would be something that I feel most people will combat for the rest of their lives if they do not have an open ability to adapt to different ways of thinking. Like here, right, looking at Chinese, I don't, without sounding too reductive, I don't think of it in English, I think of it in Chinese. At some point, you'll get to the point where, oh, this is how Chinese feels, not how English feels. But if you're like me, I like to know both. What does this look like to an English speaking person? And what does it look like to a Chinese speaking person? Right. That's that's as much as I can give for now for the perspective. I think there isn't a singular perspective. There are many perspectives. Like I can give you a perspective from my parents. Learning Mandarin is not useful, nor is it applicable when you live in the United States. My parents are Chinese people, but from their perspective, it's about the application of a new language. So this is purely optional. In fact, there wasn't a time when my parents pressured me to learn to communicate to them. Like we have a language barrier. My parents don't command the English language, so that's kind of a way. And language is also a gateway to culture because culture is an aspect of culture is the language. So being open to cultural influence and cultural exchange is one that is required. But if you're thinking of language as an application of your own desires, use cases, then it can be a rough road. Largely will diminish your success. So if you're considering learning a new language, consider many of the things that a new language, the act and the process of learning a new language can give you. When was the last time you studied something or developed a skill that you still have today in your entire life, right? My skill of choice is maybe unironically or coincidentally as well, communication. So naturally learning a new language would resonate with me because I like to deal with a new communication. I bring that up because my recent experiences, the year and a half that I've spent sharing language learning or how I go about language, has revealed to me that most people do not see communication as part of language learning. And what I mean by that is they're not intentionally ignoring or downplaying communication. It's often they're sidelining communication because the focus is on the mechanics of language, linguistics. I do not believe, in my opinion, personally, that linguistics is sufficient to circumvent the skills that are involved in communication. And language utilizes both communication and linguistics, if you're interested in that. I actually think it's even less so linguistics than it is communication skills for those who want. When they're thinking about what gets them closer to their goals, they're talking about areas of communication, not areas of linguistics. So when someone but their interest tends to be linguistics. So an interest of linguistics may not necessarily get them to their goal, but they're upset that their goal is further and further away despite their interest. I think a great way to do this is to leverage your interest in linguistics in order to bolster your communication. So one way I like to emphasize about learning a new language is if you're really interested in aspects of a language, learn about it, explain it, and express it to another person. So in this case, I share my experiences because it gives an opportunity that someone else who is interested in a language, I can ask them questions and have them explain to me aspects of language or the target language that they enjoy. Because with that comes the opportunity for them to work on their communication skills. One great road to improving communication skills without being analytical about it or going to like a communication coach or something is take the things you're really interested in and then ask yourself, how do you explain it to a person? And then do it. Explain it to another person. Or have a great friend or family or maybe someone who's willing to listen and them asking you questions while you're explaining the things you like, especially about another language. It augments and supports the communication necessary to acquire and learn a new language, in my opinion. You can be incredibly great at input, which most people emphasize, but the final barrier is output. And that output also requires maintenance skills, which are all the skills that I personally prioritize. The ability to output something and learn something from that output. So output leads to feedback. It leads to corrections. And that is often, in my opinion, reductively considered input. Like talking to a teacher. There is a big difference between talking to a teacher and interacting and exchanging with the teacher than having the teacher just keep correcting you. One of them is input dominant. The other one is both input and output. You're able to give feedback back. Like when the teacher asks you, hey, I think this is wrong. It's like, can you explain to me why this is wrong? I'm thinking of it this way, and you're expressing it to your teacher, and then your teacher's perspective may change and help you in return. And then you're exchanging ideas. So that's the difference between me and those people who constantly say, always learn and listen and be explicitly taking information from another person. When you're learning a new language, you have the context of your native language. Pretending like that native language and all the experience you have with that native language doesn't exist, in my opinion, is practicing acquiring a new language without practicing everything else. Problem solving, critical thinking, and being active in my opinion. So I like the nuances of the learning process. I think learning has become very reductive because people don't want to think about how they learn anymore. And that's a choice. You'll still acquire your goals, probably. Have I finished Japanese on Duo? No, I haven't. We just recently start that up again because now we're in a very similar place in Wanikani. Yeah, so we only did like 1 unit in the last, like, after 6 months of catching up with Wanikani, we did 1 unit last month. It started this month, or a continuation of Japanese. It's very different now, so you can, always check out the videos because for every one of those, we recently did have you heard of the new energy system? And saying something a bit, I'm not sure what new, not sure what that is. Oh.
显眼，
他戴着一顶显眼的大红帽子。
Another way to be obvious. Joey, eye catching, conspicuous.
容，
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain to me. New energy sounds like buzzword. New energy system. They are replacing hearts with energy. I don't know. Still in A and B testing, haven't reached yet. Replacing hearts with energy. Huh. Is it semantics? Or did they change like mechanical things about it? So what I'm thinking of is like having an energy bar is semantically different from having hearts, but they're mechanically, operationally the same. If you know what I mean. Like games that have energy, like oh, you have 5 tries for the day, you have 5 energy bars, as opposed to, oh, that could be what they're switching for, maybe. Ooh, I don't like that if that's what they're doing. That's a little questionable. Do you know what I mean by energy? From like other mobile apps, like, oh, hey, you have enough energy to do 5 lessons today. Regardless of how wrong you are, how correct you are, as long as you complete the 5 lessons, you've consumed your energy. You see what I mean? Like, the one energy is maybe like 1 set of lessons, and then each day you want to expend your energy. Yes, that's exactly what I'm describing. So it's more like a it's a mixed bag. I think it's a mixed bag, but there are pros and cons, and I think I kind of agree with them based on what I observed from Duolingo users. So energy imparts rest time, right? Unless you pay. So they're probably going to monetize energy, which still leads to that heart issue. But energy is a meter. So that meter implies rest periods. And then that energy also implies how much you are encouraged to do for the day. So and it's proactive as opposed to heart, which is protective. When you lose a heart, it's because you've done something negative. But when you deplete energy, it means you have placed enough of the positive energy that you have, and you've finished like your quota of energy, of the active energy. And it kind of gives the idea of, okay, I've put in the time, right? And then having it deplete, hopefully not for purchasable extension, having it deplete might give the impression that, okay, you should rest now, right? You don't want to overexhaust yourself. So I kind of like it from that perspective. I guess energy has rest periods, and that goes well with space. Yes, I think the now the side that I think I don't like is I'm not sure if this is gonna cause backlash for those who favor overdoing it. They favor smashing, and doing things. Like, for example, my Duolingo experience is spaced out. It's deliberately spaced out. I normalized most of my things, 3-day schedule, 4-day schedule over, like, I managed that myself, which you can do. But do I expect the average Duolingo user to be receptive to being encouraged to rest? I think the Duolingo team can do a great job advertising that, as in like explaining the motivations behind the energy change. I think it's fantastic when explained. As in, from my perspective, I think that's fantastic, because no longer is the source that keeps you on the app is considered chronic, as in the energy is not necessarily a deterrence. Losing heart is a deterrent, so you leave playing Duolingo on a sour note instead of feeling like, oh yes, I've done a good job today, I've spent quite a lot of energy, and now I get to leave Duolingo voluntarily because you spent effort and productivity, as opposed to, oh, I need to stop because my heart's ran out. That's really negative. I think that's a great idea. Now, adjusting to it's gonna be very different. Like, cue the speedrunning mentality, cue the I have more energy, why can't I just keep going energy, right? That happens a lot. And I think the Duolingo community might require some representatives, some people from the development group to try to emphasize these. Obviously, I could talk about this for 4 or 5 hours, the necessity of rest periods and not going too hard. And I'm coming from an idea of spending hours, right? Hours on any one of these, but they're done within my limit. I don't ever push past, like dramatically past my all the time. Like right now, my average days with language learning involves 3 languages off and on for 6 to 8 hours, and then it can be like 12 hours if I start talking to other people, right? I usually space out like 4 to 5 hours extra to talk to anyone while doing this kind of thing. So that's kind of neat. I didn't know you were in on that. I didn't even see anything about it. Right now, we're juggling between Duolingo Spanish and Duolingo Japanese. And Japanese is really nice now in a different way, because Wanikani makes the experience very different. So more on that maybe when I complete section 3. I'll try to wrap up, like, reintroduction. But yes, Duolingo Japanese was started this month, after the 6-month period of rest in Wanikani wrapped up, or caught up. So we're all in like the JLPT 3 stuff now, just chilling around the JLPT 3 area. In terms of Chinese, I think we've flipped whatever there was in Duolingo Chinese. There's still a few here and there. Like today, Bing was one of the characters. Apparently, that's HSK4. HSK4. There's still quite a few surprises here. It's neat. How are you doing? What have you been doing? In all honesty, your words were full of information that could be beneficial to you. You made me consider what it means to learn a language. You're welcome. I hope you're eager to gain more knowledge. All right. Okay, that's fine. Like no worries. I'll try my best. I hope you I hope you become I hope you gain a lot of experience, Yamui. And then go on and inspire other people, right? Hopefully it's an investment forward. People are quitting because of the AI statement by the CEO, sure. And then they saw someone with 9-year streak even is quitting. That's fine. But I guess at this point they're just doing it. They're just doing it only about 5 minutes a day. I wouldn't know. This is my whole my very, very candid conversation about technology, especially technology when it comes to big businesses. I prefer a business that boast and talk transparently about their ambitions, and then those who quit, they quit. Those who disagree, they disagree. Those who need to have weak hands, they need to turn over. So though that person that had a 9-year streak, when they're quitting, I hope they go and find something else to invest in, right? In the way of business, I think when it comes to feelings and emotional choices, yes, I could kind of see why the CEO of Duolingo could reflect in a sense of more emotional things, but Duolingo is also a business, and businesses don't have make emotional decision making. So that AI statement made by you're the first one who brought this up, but I was kind of imagining to have to address this much earlier, but I don't Duolingo very often anymore. Like what I mean is I still use Duolingo, but people who are interested in that typically stay in that phase where they're oblivious to politics and technology and whatnot. It is without a doubt that AI, regardless of the statement or people's misconceptions about AI, having a company that know how to leverage technology for scalability questions down the road is forward thinking. So now is the timing might be a little different, and how it was approached may require some tact, but those who are quitting because of a statement like that are those who choose not to be current or informed about how technology is moving forward. So, in a way, if they weren't gonna quit now, they might have quit later. Like, I'm not trying to say that this is a negative or a positive thing strictly. It's a change in times. So what would that become of Duolingo would be, I agree with a lot of the people's statements, but the AI stuff, like the content and whatnot, like the adventures, as I've been using the Spanish course, I agree what those observations are true. Like there are no curated voice acting for like their recent modes that they introduced. Now whether that is useful or not is up to the consumer. So moving forward, businesses are integrating AI for like repetitious tasks and whatnot. So in my opinion, if a CEO is boasting about that, I prefer it being boasted and talked about than saying nothing and getting blindsided. So those who are quitting know when to quit because the CEO made a statement about it. It's different if the CEO says nothing about it and also says it in a negative reserving way than being strong and forward about it. So in my opinion, I might have a minor response to this, where those people who say like I'm quitting because of AI statements and whatnot, the first thing the concession they make is they use AI for their redundant tasks every day. So it's a double standard, in my opinion. I personally think it is brave, and yeah, get to know who's with you and who's not with you. So if you're someone who's forking millions of dollars to support language learning apps and then answering for the scalability of things, perhaps, and you quit, perhaps I will weigh in or respect that there is some reason to be concerned. However, in my opinion, having a forward statement in a positive light and announcing it is transparency. And then the criticisms bring even more transparency. So those who quit now, I hope they find other things that will push back and demonstrate to the CEO of Duolingo that language learning apps can expand, compete, and do all of the things AI powered things can do, but better. And then the Duolingo's investors would have to reinvest and reevaluate their pressure on Duolingo to integrate AI. So in my opinion, it is an incredibly healthy reaction. I think people who take risks, who boast, who do transparency and announce and be excited, also spawn competition. And competition will reveal who can make it work. So that person that's quitting after a 9-year streak, I hope that they commit their energy to something else and they can champion and maybe even compete and take down Duolingo. If they do, then I'll be there to enjoy whatever product they support next. Is how I think about competition. So I thought my response was very businesslike because Duolingo is a business. CEOs announce their intents, and that's fantastic. Sometimes you don't even get that much. So it's interesting how the backlash has responded to something that is ever pervasive in pretty much everyone's life. Now, it's even hard for me to deny that AI has, or automation. We're not going to talk about like AI as a general topic. Okay. AI now is more about automation. So a lot of things I do now do have automation. YouTube algorithm is an automation. The way we chat now has a lot of elements of automation. So single-handedly being upset about the statement that involves the keyword AI, if the CEO decided to instead phrase it in a way, oh, we're going to streamline our workflow process, and therefore we can productively produce more content with less work power, less workforce, therefore reducing our maintenance costs in order to bring more experiences by reducing the need to be dependent on forcing customer payment. That doesn't sound like an AI statement, but it can be an AI statement. If you use AI, you can achieve all those things, right? So that's probably my hot take about it. Yes, it's better now than later. Is it surprising to me? Absolutely 100% no, it is not. Not only that, would I want those people that are quitting and those other people, those like 9-year streak people, tell me, are you able to dispense with all the scalability things that automation can bring you? Because if you are, then I can kind of see your future project being something that will rival Duolingo, and I will be there to experience that product. A product in which you can have a massive, massive business endeavor like Duolingo, and all of it will be hand curated, paid teachers, voice actors, professional voice actors, media people who are also feel very comfortable in doing all the medial tasks as well. So if a studio like that exists, please tell me, and I would love to experience their product, right? Tell me of a product that where all the people are paid to repeat the same rudimentary lines in 36 different languages, and then have all of them act and have the same beat all the same way, so that you can comparatively go back and forth between languages. If that is achievable, then I'll try those products. But those products probably have a gigantic paywall too. And you might be thinking, well, what about Pimsleur? Paywall. Unless they're going around suggesting that they can do all of that and invest in a future where you can just do that for free, right? And I'm not saying Duolingo doesn't have ads and subscription and stuff, but their model reflects their expenditure. And yes, you might be saying, well, they make millions of dollars anyways. Why not break even and reinvest all of that? To innovate, you have a lump sum invested, right? To have investors, you also need to have margins to attract investors. And then at the same time, if you're constantly breaking even, that's often the beginning stages of a model that wants to stay the same for the rest of its lifetime. So you can have those models. They will do things very, very well in a very narrow market, and that's sustainable. But I don't think it's the same as what people are painting. That AI statement to me by the CEO is very different from the AI statement from like Nvidia. But I don't think most people will think it's different. I think there's a huge generalization that's being made in this day and age, largely from the perspective that people will lose their jobs. And I totally understand that, and it will likely factually be true. So I do agree with all the concerns that people are embracing, or right, and I'm coming from a privileged standpoint, mind you. So I concede to all the criticisms about my privilege. I don't happen to be working in a profession that may be lost or cut because of AI scaling, right? Like, I don't do medial tasks that will be replaced by automation. It's not new in the sense of this type of scaling. Robotics, right? Robotics happened before. Factories, like engineering tasks. So is that a bad thing? It's a bad thing when people lose their jobs. That's period. Is it a thing that is morally questionable or ethically questionable? That's debatable. And then those who quit, my thought is, if you were unable to appreciate how much AI has done for your life, like automation for your life, then I can definitely see those people who quit now to form a different group, a different organization that will compete with Duolingo. And I love to see what that will become. Now, if they're quitting because they can't do it, and they're quitting because they can, and believe that they know better, then personally I would challenge them to demonstrate that they know better and can do better, because that is what competition is, and I like it. I like, mind you, this is assuming that the people who quit are quitting, not being fired. I think the victims, or like the people who I sympathize with, are individuals who aren't quitting. They're being fired. They're being let go. Like, those are people who don't actually might believe that their livelihood is because they can go off and do a better job than the CEO of Duolingo. Those individuals I do sympathize with, because they might not have a choice. So, in my opinion, a lot of times when it's a very popular app, especially an influencer, and those who are incredibly qualified, they are quitting, but they have the luxury of challenging and continuing to be profitable or successful in the future. It is a little bit disingenuous, and I find it a little bit disheartening that oftentimes generalizations make people who are quitting and people who choose to quit follow on the coattails of people who are suffering and didn't say those things. People who are being laid off are naturally very angry because it's something they can't control. So the CEO had to backtrack and assure that that might not be quite what he meant. But those who are quitting, that's like me saying they shouldn't quit when I don't even have a job or investment in Duolingo. It's a luxury for me. So when someone says their 9-year streak, they even quit, that is emotionally irrational that it means anything. It is emotionally irrational that is impactful, because that person quits because they can, not because they can't. So when it comes to the consumer end, if people are quitting Duolingo, that's great, because they know where their lines are, right? And then they can find other things. That bolsters the competition. They can go find something else, and then now Duolingo can have a competition in which they will benefit from the feedback, the competition involving them. So that's probably what I would say. If you quit now, know that you choose to quit. And I hope the people who are quitting, who are making a statement about the AI thing, are people who are truly quitting. And then those who are fired, I sympathize for those who are fired, as in people who are laid off. I think in terms of AI scaling and whatnot in a broader this, like NVIDIA and software engineering segment, there are people who legitimately are dependent on having those jobs. As in, if they are fired, they do not feel confident or even righteously indignant. I don't know that, but righteously creative enough to say, I'm taking a stand. I think the people who are quitting that rings the loudest, and the influencers that are quitting, are those who can quit. They can choose to pick their next opponent. They can go off and use their influence to support another product. And in my opinion, that will make that product more powerful and better, and Duolingo will better from it, because then Duolingo has competition. And I like that. It's a shame that a lot of people, especially those who are in a privileged position, use that influence by playing on individuals who actually rely and escalating these issues only, in my opinion, often is a lose-lose for those who are dependent on these structures. So, like, for example, if you're talking about AI art, these are those artists who are not at the top of their game, not doing things that make them identifiably negotiable, right? They are currently learning how to do art, and they are inundated and swarmed by AI art. Now, if those individuals were adaptive, they would be able to join the AI art wave and then make and develop their skills along with it in order to leverage that, right? Meanwhile, I do somewhat sympathize for those who are very skilled, who haven't gotten their adequate compensation for using their work as the data set. And that is great. That's like kind of black and white. Now, everyone in between who goes around and say, I don't want to play this game because, or I don't want to consume this product because it has AI in it, that's good. That's good for competition. So if there are enough people who say, I don't want to play this video game because it has AI art in it, then those people will spend their money on games that do not have AI art. And a CEO can be brought up and a company can be brought up to not have those things. And then we will truly understand, truly and honestly, empirically understand if AI is bad for creativity and like use case and whatnot, or it isn't. But for now, in my opinion, you might be saying, oh, we know because there's Pimsleur and Babbel who stand by their, or like other platforms that stand by their no AI, we're going full native teacher only italki platforms and whatnot, right? And then they're putting out results. So if they continue to exist and all these people that quit from Duolingo pour their money and support into these other things, the consumer wins, in my opinion. The consumer wins. So honestly, while there is backlash from like the CEO boasting about the AI statement, I like the idea that he's standing behind his stance more so than backtracking. But he did backtrack to some extent, right? So it does show a weakness in hand. And that is certainly demonstrating how powerful the internet is. However, I don't think that will naturally improve how pandering and targeted businesses are in the current market, in the internet market. Most things are targeted and pander. A self-entitled 9-year streak person quitting and throwing a fuss is part of the system of that entitlement. Consumers are often, the idiom that people get mistake a lot of times. The consumer is always right in the matter of taste, but they don't operate a business. Business do not concern taste. So yes, that person can then start a streak somewhere else, maybe Bushu. Like Bushu is a independently owned, operated thing, and you hope in another 10 years when Bushu takes on all the quitters from Duolingo, maybe they won't repeat what Duolingo does. At least I think. So, because of the statement that he made, right, I looked at the fallout. And one of the major fallouts of all these people who quit or using the victims or lining up their morality, I'm going to be real. It's a little kind of incredibly disheartening when you use clout from people you don't even associate with as a way to garner clout yourself for doing things. I think that's a little disingenuous. but nevertheless, they do, right? And use that clout to generate publicity for something else. And one of the major things that have come up when it is associated with the AI statement and the backlash from Duolingo is use Bushu. I hope Bushu is ready. I hope that developer and their group are ready for the influx, because go get them. Go get them, Tiger, right? Improve Bushu and prove that you don't need AI to meet the scalability demands of content consumers. Now, I do want to make a challenge here. The individuals who are quitting, and the individuals, the influencers who are going and liberating their time for another platform, let me know how it goes. I want to watch your videos, right? I want to see what is it like for your life after Duolingo. Because if it looks exactly the same, only you substitute it with another platform, then you didn't lose very much. Like, emotionally, you might have lost a lot of things. Maybe the clout that comes from trying to take all the pandering and all the clout that's generated by using Duolingo, right? How much of your success and your transparency and your influence is attached to a brand that you did not promote? Like, what I mean is, you didn't build the thing that your influence is built on, right? So then you start over on a new brand. Bushu could be one of them, and see if it changes the person. If the person becomes super successful, I'm glad. I'm absolutely glad, because that means they're right. And if they're right, that means if I continue to use Duolingo, Duolingo will have to change. They will have to up their game. And when there is disturbance in a marketplace, I know this sounds a little bit too Americana, so bear with me. Other countries and people that live under different systems may think differently on like how competition works. It could be a communal or symbiotic improvement, but in this case, since Duolingo is an American enterprise, having more competition and the redistribution of financial backing and financial interest raises a great way to produce challenge. And the reason why I brought up Nvidia is because, come on, Nvidia holds like 92% of the GPU market, right? So if Duolingo holds less of the language learning casuals, then I would say Duolingo will have to change their tone of voice, right? And innovation. But for now, I don't think that's the case. And that to me only proves that the people, like for now, right? Because it takes time. But for now, that only proves the people who are quitting and the people who are throwing temper tantrums are not working hard enough and or demonstrating that they are right about this decision. They are right that less AI stuff, less content, more natural listening and stuff will make language learning transform. It will bring language learning to the next level. Has it happened yet? It has not. Right. That's kind of one of the biggest evidence. Like, I would love to champion. I absolutely love whatever native things that were in the Duolingo, like the stories. I really love that point. I agree with most of the people who doing that 9-year streak thing. I'm pretty sure I know who the person is, but we'll probably not name names, but I probably saw that same video as well. Yeah, Sun Waves, do it. I can't wait to see what the product comes out from that. And hear me out. If that product is so good, it will likely reach my ear, right? You want to compete with Duolingo? In my opinion, do it. I think the consumer wins, hands down. Now, in terms of people who lose their jobs, my heart goes out to them. I hope that all the extra money that gets funneled somewhere else, right? The claims that this will destroy Duolingo, all the money that goes somewhere else, I hope those people make room for those who are fired, those who do not have a place. Like all the teachers, right? A lot of people say, oh, they're gonna fire all of their native speaking teachers or whoever. I hope that wherever the money goes, or all the protests and disclaimers, those people hire those people, right? Hire those teachers, because you as a group, whoever they are, like the people quitting and the influencers, they have money, they have influence, they have skills. Hire those teachers, right? Hire those people. If you don't, that's not putting your money where your mouth is, right? If you're quitting because you think you know better and you can do better, I would say, then put your money where your mouth is and collaborate, coalesce, take down Duolingo, show them how it's done. And at the same time, I'm a consumer, so I do not work for Duolingo. I do not work in language learning. So these are my disclaimers. With my statement, you have to take it from my perspective. I'm not in software engineering. I don't have an investment in AI yet. Yet. And I don't make clouds from a super popular platform and then throw a temper tantrum to create even more clouds on the coattails of not even losing a job that Duolingo is responsible for you to lose. You quit, and people quit. So all those individuals collaborate, show what's done. And a great example of this, in my opinion, is Clear Obscure. I know it's not language learning, sorry. The closest thing that I have experience with now is experiencing a product as Clear Obscure. I'm not a software engineer. I didn't lose my job. I don't have clout, but I am a consumer. And from a consumer's perspective, more dissidence, division, but not like hostile, like not hostile division, but more like a business argument. A language learning, like improvement, mechanical debates breed incredibly strong improvements. In fact, I am very, not only, the only thing that particularly surprised me about language learning after the 1.5 years is that how long this has been going on. Like how long that there are only a couple platforms that are such on a scale so big, and how did it even get to that point? Language learning is so incredibly diverse and rich, and somehow there are conglomerates, like gigantic entities like Duolingo. So I'd be very, very negligent to not tip my hat off to the CEO of Duolingo, to constantly be saying like, here, this is what we're doing, guys. And so if I had to empathize with him, like, it's a shame that his enthusiasm, for most people think it's misplaced, but at least he's enthusiastic about the future of his company. When was the last time you saw a CEO that was very enthusiastic about their company, that wasn't just paving like obfuscating what it actually meant and spoke in a language that can be generalizably relatable to their audience? Not much. I mean, I watch the Google I/O all the time. I watch Apple's press conference, Nintendo Direct, Microsoft Showcase, or Xbox Showcase, like Tokyo Game Show, and most of them are here are our products, and try to glean from their philosophies where you're gonna go. And then suddenly people make a game and I'm like, hey, we're going in a different direction, here's the game. It's like, I absolutely hate this, let's boycott this video game, and let's boycott this company. I think that's usually what happens. when people get blindsided and they typically participate with their emotions. And AI is definitely. Um, I love, you know what's a great social experiment for some of these influencers, in my opinion? I would love to have them. Maybe I'll make an exception to a camera, right? To the camera and the editing software. I'll make an exception to editing software, posting videos, like video software, and maybe like the YouTube algorithm. But I would love to see what life is without all the automation. This is not my problem, right? I didn't say I don't use automation. I still enter Google and I still read the Gemini search results. I still read the YouTube algorithms recommendations. I still have analytics that are telling me specific patterns. And I like to say I'm humbly very analytical about these things in some ways. But at the same time, I really truly believe that some of these people are going to take it, like gonna show that. For myself, that means more tools for me. I'm a consumer, right? So I have to keep in mind that, and everyone else who's listening to this statement now, is you have to keep in mind that I am a consumer. So I do not experience firsthand what it's like to spend nearly 9-year streak finding value in a 9-year streak on a product. Like, I cannot see myself in the position they are. So it's very difficult for me to empathize with them. I am a little bit sympathetic, but not to individuals who have the privilege and the luxury of quitting because they disagree on principle. I think those are privileged people who can prove that they are better or could do things differently. And they should go out and do those things. Like, if I said I don't need Duolingo, or like I'm already fluent, I'm multilingual, and I can put out a product myself, then yeah, I sure as heck would raise a fuss and say, hey, guess what? Here's a product that doesn't use Duolingo's philosophy. Here's a product where I hire a teacher or a real life customer service supporter. I would call it customer service because it will be answering all my people I hire will be answering all the complaints and all the grievances of the kids, right? The people that use your product. Now, hear me out. The last time I checked, if that 9-year-old street guy and the people who are quitting, how in touch are they with the current youth? I would say I'm pretty out of touch, but I'm trying my best to stay in touch. And from my cursory understanding of people's interaction, and I say this like day in and day out, I legitimately spend hours talking about things that I feel are normal things, but I'm out of touch with the generation. When I say communication is necessary for people's rapid success, to relate back to the perspective of learning a new language, communication is a skill that linguistics do not teach. Communication is not the same as the proficiency in a language. There are overlapping aspects of communication and learning a language, but the things that make communication distinct are also the things related to that AI statement. How often do you find, if you were to, poll someone about what they want in their language learning app, and then ask them how are all of those things achieved in a timely manner? I'm going to tell you now, AI checks a lot of those boxes. And not only that, in a business model, they also check all the business wants as well. Low cost, throughput, and then the ones that are the most vocally loud are the privileged. are the skilled, are the creative people, right? That can make a product to rival Duolingo, possibly at a cheaper price, even more consistent, even more fidelity. Do it. I'm on it. I mean, like, I would probably financially support that thing if it were true, if it was possible. So for those who are quitting because of an AI statement, prove it. Do it. And I'll give you money. From personally, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll support that financially when it happens, because that is what's happening this day and age for consumers. If you are not producing the product at a particular rate, then the product doesn't exist. Promises and investments of things in the future has become the current norm, social norm. The individuals who know better, you could say they know better and have foresight and experience and like wisdom, they're not the target audience anymore. So like, yeah, the person that used Duolingo for 10 years, you're no longer the target audience. It's kind of like playing video games for over 2 decades, and then you realized after 2 decades that you have no longer become the target demographic. So you can throw a temper tantrum about it, or go on to make the game or the product that demonstrates that you know what you're talking about. Clair Obscura is one of them. The director made that game along with all the people they include with a collective vision to buck at the current trend in gaming industry, you know, the big business gaming industry. And now I kind of see this as a step forward for evolving Duolingo and other businesses that contend with Duolingo. There are 2, by the way. It's not only Duolingo. What was the other one? It was like Claypo or something. There's another one. There are 2 platforms that are going AI first, or like pivoting to AI integration. And then there are 3 platforms. Like if I'm thinking of like scale, right? There are, right off the top of my head, there are 2 AIs, Duo, and this one other one. It starts with a K or something. That's not, I don't know if Gemini is going to answer this question. There are quite a lot of them. Let's see, Duolingo, Language Talk, I have no idea. Tokyo AI, I am familiar with that, but a Babbel, Rosetta Stone, but it's still not the one that I'm thinking. So at most, I think there's a split now. So there is at least a split. I think there are Team No AI and Team AI. And then there's a Team Immersion and Native Only, and then Team like Mix, right? Because Babbel and stuff belong to like another subset where it's like not all Team Translational, Team Native, right? So if any one of them wins out by a landslide, join them. That's what makes people, that's what makes a CEO, in my opinion. Like businesses like that demand CEOs and investments, they work competitively by demand. So it's not the same as treating them like private solo entrepreneurships. Like those things are niche market stuff. So treating a large corporation like a niche market that caters to you on a whim, yeah, you can definitely wield your influence and gather all your niche market people and go send them somewhere else, maybe a niche market friendly product, and raise it up, raise it up. Make the italki platform explode, and then see how they deal with it. right? How you can help. I think being proactive is fantastic. Citing that you're going to quit somewhere, I would prefer, in my opinion, to hear that other people know you by telling you where you're going to go. Like, where are you going? Yes, you could say, maybe release a press statement like, you disagree with this, so you're quitting. This is what I'm doing now because this is the future. And in my opinion, that's what kind of the Duolingo CEO was saying. This is the future that he believes. And if you disagree with it, that's fantastic, because otherwise you wouldn't be none the wiser. So that's probably my a little bit longish take on it. I'm looking forward to seeing how this ripple effect happens. Actually, one thing manifests that I was a little bit peculiar about. I was kind of waiting for when Duolingo's publicity and like the way they handle their channel and whatnot, when does it hit a critical fever pitch? And this one's pretty close. This one's pretty close, and I like it. I like the idea that your individuals or like groups and influencers and stuff aren't hurting, constantly hurting behind products and hurting behind things. I think the language learning, the quote unquote, the greater language learning community is filled with clicky herds. I'm outside of that because, or I feel like I'm constantly an outsider in this language learning thing because, well, first, I'm someone who's old, much older, and I'm probably also statistically unlikely to be more than 5% of people with my educational background that is interested in language learning, or even this combination of public display of language learning. And at the same time, with all of that, I still think I could have integrated into the language learning community, but it's filled with herds. Like, if you're not part of our team, then you're part of their team. And if you're not part of this team, then you're part of that team. I don't like the way you think about your product, so I'm going to deliberately support a product that's against you. Like, that is the nature of online communication now, and online collectiveness. So if I had to take a gamble, I would weigh in on more competition is fantastic, right? Boast, be transparent is fantastic. Then other people can compete with each other openly in a way, right? It's very different if the statement was some catastrophic, deleterious, lose-lose situation. But in this case, Duolingo has a lot of competitors. And those people who are quitting, in my opinion, those who have the privilege of quitting, they can raise a fuss to get extra leverage because they simply shift to their competitors, right? If it is true that Duolingo is going down the poop chute and like it's a terrible move and it's gonna erode everything that is good about Duolingo, then run to the competitors. Because if you're someone who's like making content on Duolingo and advertising and stuff, you probably know where the competitors are already. Go there. You can be a leader. You can be a founder for that movement. And if that makes that company better or that product better, then Duolingo might actually even better for it. So it's the act of saying things versus demonstrating. I don't like using the word doing things because speaking is a form of doing as well, but passively throwing a temper tantrum and being a source of negative source of sphere, I'm not that type of person. And that's my personal preference. So I buck at people who use negativity, fatalism, and privilege, especially entitlement if it gets that far, as a source to raise clout in a I'm personally biased towards proactive decisions, reinvestment, competition, and also helping those who are powerless, who lack influence, not use them for your own clout. So when you're making a statement, at least be aware and contextualize that if your career was leveraged by participating in a company's actions, you were complicit in that action until you weren't. So it doesn't negate all the years and all the things that you were complicit in. That's like biting that mouth that feeds, and and feigning ignorance. Now, hear me out. I do make an exception when you don't know anymore. Like if it wasn't apparent, right? That's coercion. That's coercion and misleading. Now, I don't think Duolingo is being sued for misleading people about wanting to keep their streak up. I think the streak is still a streak, right? And like, as far as I know, people aren't trying to sue Duolingo by saying that Duolingo doesn't make them fluent. That's influencer talk. When someone says Duolingo, oh, I trust Duolingo because their advertisement said that Duolingo is the best language learning app. By what metric? It is your responsibility to understand what metric. If it's the best, it can be the most popular. That's probably true. So I personally don't think that is misleading. It can be a little political. But if you win a lawsuit against Duolingo for false advertising that Duolingo makes you fluent, then hear me out. I would love to hear it. Make a video essay about it, and I would be more inclined to demonstrate that there are actually valid, observable, actionable consequences for people's criticism of how Duolingo is being handled. But in this case, especially the AI statement, that's weird. Make sure for all those people you quit that believe that AI wasn't part of your life and you were somehow ignorant to the idea or the concept that AI might be integrated in most people's workflows, is the idea that you turn off everything that's automated now and then ask yourself, can you spend the rest of your life doing that? There are people out there who love that. I just don't think it's any of those people who spend time going to social media and raising a funk about it. Personally. But you can definitely prove me wrong. I love being humbled by my own personal inadequacies. I can't even type English sentences without an autocorrect. Like I know because I recently, when I was doing SRS, when I'm spelling individual words, I get typos on. I've been talking about this for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's become very apparent that my skills in consistently typing English sentences and whatnot are very in line with automation. So do I want to relearn and work on my English learning again? Maybe I'll think about it. But for now, yes, in the next month, I'm going to be using ChatGPT for construction purposes. So, and then I'm going to compare that to Duolingo Max in the end of the year. And that would be interesting. Comparison. Maybe something that's free available versus something that's paid. monetized, I can make a comment about it then. But as far as I know, I'm smart enough, in my opinion, I think, to imagine doing those Spanish exercises, right? Those Spanish AI exercises, the adventure ones. I can imagine the emote in my head. The question is, how many other people are dependent on that, right? If they are, I would suggest native content. And if you don't like, if you think that you really, really like how anime looks like, right? And then you want lots of it, like endless supplies of it, you might want to look into AI. Like, and we're talking about like hyper pumped one. Unless you feel like waiting. And that's a great question. I'm getting old now, but I think there's so many things interesting in this world that, yeah, I can make an easy, in my opinion, I can make a relatively conservative remark that AI scaling is not necessary for creative content. As in, what is creative content? Anything that deals with language learning. That's perfectly fine. I like many different types of people. I like listening to someone who's learning Japanese, someone who doesn't have pitch perfect, someone who maybe only speaks high school Japanese, but they speak it well. I'm okay with all those things. People who want consistency and constantly high, consistent, reproducible things, ironically, are also the same people who are arguing that AI waters down things. Like, but it also provides consistency. So it's very contrary, but when someone says, I only listen to native content, oftentimes I think they're referring to they only listen to their preferred native content. And then for things that they don't prefer or are invested in, it's probably automated. Like in some way, shape, or form. The workflow for everything else, the things that you want to maintain and be consistent, there's some form of automation that's involved to maintain that consistency. So my thought is, now here's one of my arguments against the negativity. Like, maybe I should balance it out by making a negative statement about something. So it sounded like I'm defending a lot of things or being positive. Here's a negative statement about AI. I think all the deficiencies of AI are going to be amplified, and all the deficiencies that were supplied to make that AI possible are going to be amplified. And a hyperdependency on that amplified error will produce an entire generation of people that cannot oversee what that exacerbated problem is. So, for example, if all your databases are of non-native speakers, like there's a heavy representation of non-native speakers in a database for Japanese speaking, then the AI will exacerbate how unnative everything sounds. Now, if you're saying, well, okay, we'll lump all the native speakers together and create a data set voluntarily to generate AI off of that, there is enough variations, even in a language that seemingly is homogeneous, that you're suggesting to me that the average of that is not truly the average of that, but consistently standardized to that average. Like, what I mean is, if you take all of Japan, let's say all of Japan submits a data set to a place, and then you find the average of it. That average is what most people think is a native speech, in my opinion. Like, people who are learning, they want something consistent. So if you standardize to an average, that average doesn't exist most of the time, right? Like, if you're learning an English speaker, what is your average? The people you listen to. But they don't represent the average. They're a singular case. Like if someone listens to me and they're like, I want to speak like you, like you sound very articulate and whatnot. I don't represent an average. The average person doesn't actually exist. Like they don't literally exist for language. So what can happen is you can standardize one of them. And that's what native speech is. It's standardized. Now, how is that any different from an AI statement or an AI forward thing? Well, one of the things is you have emoting, right? The inflection points and whatnot. You could say that person's inflection point is close enough to everyone else's, and that represents your model. Like, yes, that's one model. So if you took that and replaced it with an AI model, which is an average of all the others, they represent closer to the full range of things than that one idiosyncrasy. Now, for language learning, I'm bringing it back to language because of one of the major characteristics of AI forward things is that it's an averaging of. They're trained and constantly having an averaging of. So when someone says it sounds robotic, no native speaker sounds like that, is because that native speaker does not exist. You can find possibly one person that sounds very average like that, but generally speaking, if you're taking a whole population and you're trying to narrow it down, then yeah. Alternatively, AI could mean, hey, we're gonna pay someone in Japan. They're gonna speak into a training program and they're gonna deep fake his voice and her voice. And that would probably represent pretty well what people think a native speaker is. But it would be not a native speaker for anyone who doesn't listen to that type of voice. So which one's more consistent? Well, neither, because whichever one is placed on a platform and have enough exposure, they become the new standard. So while you're saying something doesn't sound native, right? But which one sounds standardized? Right? Because standardized means the most exposure, the most consistent. So in a curriculum, a lot of times, even Japanese, people fight over, oh, this is robotic, so it's lesser than people who aren't robotic. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But which one's more consistent? Like, well, obviously the native speaker is more consistent. No, it's not. But you could say, oh, my one native speaker is most consistent. Yeah, because that's the sample size of one. When you go in, what happens when you go to Kansai? The Kansai region. Then you're making, oh, well, then there'll be a Kansai thing. Yeah, I know. But that's not standard. As in, what I mean is, between the two, who are you going to choose as a standard? No, you remember both of them. So in terms of automation, it creates a single standard, which ironically, in my opinion, is what makes people like things consistently. So while that person, that gamer, only likes to generalize AI, they care about the things they care about, the nuance of them. So AI has nuances. It's going to be interesting what they decide to do with AI generated stuff. I think it would be really awesome. Here's my I'm not a business owner, by the way. I'm not affiliated with Duolingo. I do not run multi-billion-dollar corporations in order to make this happen, and I am not an influencer that has millions of followers who can raise funds for this thing. But it would be very, very awesome to have someone be willing, someone who's incredibly articulate, a representative of the language, despite people being angry. But it would be wonderful to train AI, like a deepfake voice, on someone's voice who is willing to sell their voice, to sell their data, like their vocal data, for a lifetime compensation for as long as that voice is being used. That would be kind of cool, because then you have a standardization of a voice. Like, go to Japan and ask if anyone wants to decide to allow an AI model to train on their voice so that they would become the voice of a language learning model. And you ask, do you think someone is willing to do that? Now, you might be thinking, why would anyone want to sell their voice? What do you think voice actors are doing? Or what do you think native speakers are doing when they're teaching? Now, hear me out. You might be thinking, well, they only sell it for once, a one-time use. Like, I know, because then they can keep making money, and their voice is their own voice. So then the material would not be scalable, and it wouldn't be consistent as well, right? So when you're asking a bunch of people who want to learn Japanese with the best, most reliable quality and consistent reproduction of native speech at any time, any place that they want, then you could hire a voice actor and tell them to keep making content with their voice, obligate them to constantly pump out content until it is scalable enough that they would do nothing else with their lives, right? They would do nothing else with their lives. They would be there solely to exist, to voice lines over and over again. And you expect that that person would be fine with it because they'll be heavily compensated, right? And they'll do that for the rest of their lives. Go find a human being that wants to. Go find several human beings that want to do that. It'll be interesting. I'm genuinely curious. Is there anyone who is willing? I don't mind. Someone could use my voice. Like, I don't mind. But I'm not in that. I'm not specialized in that, so I can't do that. The things that you want to sell to expand, you kind of want proprietary ownership over. And one of them is probably your voice, or your talking manners. So yeah, no one's gonna sell their AI so that a corporation can continue to use it for their benefit while offering you a diminished return for it. But that person is not in charge of the company. They are not taking the risks of making statements about their product. They have all the risks, you have none of the risks, but you do get a paycheck. And yet, I don't think that's sufficient enough to convince people like, hey, I speak Japanese really well, or I speak Chinese pretty well. Here, I will offer you my voice. I will let a model train on my voice, so then I myself don't have to get on your product and speak every single day for the rest of my life. But I'll still get paid because you're using my voice. I'm helping you train something that's doing it. And I also talked about this before 2 days ago. I think it might be yesterday, actually. 2 days ago, where there is a way for me to, like, I've already started scripting this and doing in the future. When my voice goes dead, which is probably going to go dead today, digressing a little bit, I can hit a hotkey command and I can basically just tap this and it will say character pronunciation in my voice, or a facsimile of it, because I can train a local AI model with my own voice. I can train it with my voice, and then I can use it to read dialogue. I can even manipulate it to have sound like a different accent because it's my voice, but it also can be manipulated so I can train it and train myself with it. Now, is that any different from the AI statement that Duolingo CEO has made? I don't know, but it would be interesting to see what happens in the future. I think oftentimes it is very fair to see all the conveniences that are around you and the telltale the signs around you before making judgments that are like jerk reflexes. right? Or echo chamber stuff. And I think that AI statement backlash thing, echo chamber reflex. And even funnier is that I'm not surprised that the CEO was also shocked, because the CEO might, like Louis, might actually be out of touch as well. But I think it's the other way around, in my opinion. I more encounter people who prefer to interact with AI consistency stuff than reaching for human connection. It's very unfortunate, but I do think that in youth today, they prefer not to interact with a human being. And I'm trying to not suggest that. I'm doing, in my opinion, in my own little way, maybe one person at a time. I want to encourage people that interacting with another human being is fantastic. That starts with developing communication skills, possibly from learning a new language, and also spending less and less time echoing whatever you see on an automated service. And that's one of the things. Others, you can use others. But in this case, a jerk reflex reaction to Duolingo CEO. Hello there, Jason Nader. What's up? What's up? All right, I'm gonna leave it there as a point of rhetoric, but really important discussion to be had. Manifest. You are the first one to bring it up after I noticed it for like, I think it's been like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks now. AI first tweet, and I thought about it quite a lot. Most definitely, I prepared this response already, but no one, people won't ever know if they don't. That's a pretty good statement. And I think that last statement that you said, they're probably just doing only 5 minutes a day, I agree with you. Probably someone who would quit after a 9-year streak so easily from an AI statement, I would likely think that they have minimal investment in it already, because it's the last straw that broke the camel's back, right? Not necessarily a charging rhino that is still in heat. I don't know where that analogy went. Someone who's still very passionate. So if you're taking it with a grain of salt, that 9-year streak, the moment of quitting shouldn't be surprising, especially to those people who follow this influence. Shouldn't be apparent. The writing should be on the wall by now, because you could see the decline. Duolingo didn't just suddenly do this. It is an announcement, but it wasn't sudden. And I've only had 1.5 years experience or relation with using the Duolingo product. And even across that 1 year, not like, oh my gosh, that's such a shock. I'm so blinded now. Now I'm quitting. Come on, guys, join me. Like, I didn't see this coming, and then clearly you didn't care about Duolingo enough to see the writing on the wall, in my opinion. And then the people who are quitting, probably, if you're a software engineer and you're saying you got blindsided by the AI craze, I like to personally, and this is coming from a point of ignorance and a point of lack of empathy or even sympathy, if you're in software engineering or you're in the industry that can be impacted by this, and you work for a company that have integrated a lot of these things progressively, and you play the victim of being blindsided by this, I'm not entirely sure if I would trust your investment or your emotional awareness in your current position. And I think it's both healthy for you, the person who is quitting, Duolingo, the influencer that's quitting. It's emotionally healthy for you and Duolingo company that you burn these bridges now. largely because it's a great mental relief for those who think they were emotionally strapped, but they're not. So quitting is a relief. And then Duolingo, as an operating business, will no longer have to contend with these things, right? They move forward, continue to innovate, however you want to qualify innovation. And those people who quit because they can and somehow was blindsided by a very obvious trend, in my opinion, and I don't even work in software engineering, and go find other opportunities that align with their interest. If they can't, then they're proving that their parental company was correct. Because if it's so egregious and so disheartening, you can probably find another product instantly because you already know what you're looking for, right? At least I think. Oftentimes when I quit something, I know that there are better pastures. Unless you were truly blindsided, which I sympathize. Again, I sympathize with the people who are blindsided, as in those individuals who are kept in the dark, who didn't know that the company they were working is phasing in AI progressively over the last several years. Progressively phasing in automation, over many of the couple years that you were working there. I think there's responsibility in that as well. So influencers, it's very true that you can become blindsided when you're hyper focused on a characteristic. So that is also possible. I can sympathize with people who emotionally was clouded by their investment, and then now because of their lack of perspective, feel betrayed, and then they want to amplify that betrayal by generating clout. I think that's my perception of someone who is making a big fuss or announcing that the 9-year streak is somehow illustrating of some sort of magnanimous importance. 9-year streaks are divided in 9 years. It's the effort that is accumulated over. The day you quit is a 5-minute investment, not the rest. And it's not like the 9 years disappeared. You choose the 9-year to disappear. I don't say something like, oh, I found a new method for language learning. Oh, I've never used Duolingo before. No, it's still there. So that guy, forever, they will forever have a 9-year streak. They can choose to forget about it, and then, yes, then it would be a colossal waste of their time. For myself, all of it is part of me. So I've used Duolingo for over 1.5 years now. That's not going to change, whether I quit today or tomorrow, right? So you could use that proactively, as opposed to some badge of courage and succumbing, at least in my opinion, accumulating some sort of sob story, some clout. I think that's incredibly impressive. And in the rights of that line of thinking, a 9-year streak is incredibly impressive. Despite 9-year streak, quantifiably a unit that varies dramatically because there are 24 hours in a day, and I don't know, 3,600 minutes in a day. So I don't know what that 9-year actually means. Yeah. All right. There you have it. I might have said a bunch of controversial things, so excuse me, right? Again, one last disclaimer. I'm not affiliated with any of the people that I talked about. I am not an expert in language learning, nor do I teach language or do any of this for profit. I do not consider myself a professional content creator. I don't actually think influence is something that gives me reward. I think demonstrating how I disagree and agree with products, use them, take the take the learning lesson and apply them for any of the things I do in the future are what I typically focus on. So all the comments that I've made today are subject to change because I like to stay amenable. Personally, as a pledge, I like to stay amenable to what hasn't happened yet, while at the same time be focusing on what I am able to do today, and then reviewing and assessing as we demonstrate. So yes, it's cool to conjecture and predict down the line based on your experience. I engage in that often. You're more than welcome to ask my opinions and my perspective on future things. However, I would like to raise the assertion that if those do not come to pass, I look forward to whatever happens next because I don't believe humans have the capacity to be able to integrate the consequences of billions of people on this planet to ascertain the matters of taste and creativity. So all of this could be completely fucking out of left field. In another 5 years, I might have to retract all my statements in the form of knowing that they are subject to change. So I'm not trying to predict the future, nor am I saying things that I can't possibly know. This is merely a commentary on what it's like to be a consumer and all of the stuff that's happening around Duolingo's AI statement. I think that is very likely to be healthy for the consumer. Now, with that, hats off to those who are affected by this. I really do hope that the ones that profit from Duolingo's misstep pick up the charge to hiring the people who were at the cost of. Because if they believe in the mission that they make, then money is going to be coming towards them now. And if you're individuals who believe you are magnanimous and correct about your predictions, put your money where your mouth is. Right? Honor that. When you say native speakers and teachers are always going to produce a better product, stand by it. Start a company, rival that. If you're saying it's always, that's a bold statement. And I think bold statements require bold results, requires bold evidence. Someone learning a language and yelling that it's always native speakers that lead to better like authentic accents and consistent learning things. Start a platform. I will join you when the evidence is true. Like, I will join you because it's true. Right now, it's not. It's absolutely not true. Duolingo is a gigantic platform. Until it disappears because it doesn't have any native content, then I would believe the evidence. Go out there, make a competing product, make another Clear Up Scare, but for language learning. And I can't wait as a consumer to say, you're right. And I'm glad you're right. Right. All right. See if that digression helped me with one little thing that all right. Oh no. I had this and lost it. Oh no. What are you? YOLO. Hello there, Jace.
类似，
类似情况，
Okay. Let's screw this up. Oh, meaning. House? Oh, like aristocratic or something? Probably.
理解，
你要理解他的感情。
处，训，
I don't want to talk about it. Maybe it's like aristocratic. Maybe noble? What? Family? International? Domestic? What? Hold up.
工厂，
新建的工厂，
Hmm. I It's not unite? Oh boy. I thought I got it. Yeah, this is gonna be blocked. Jung. What the Jung? Oh, chapter. Our only exam. Oh. Added a G. And then this is the other thing. I thought it was like... It's not. But it's something that looks...
任，
And then... Like... Have to like...
张，
I swear it's like. Alright, I'm done. Did I not? I swear I typed sha. Oh no, I typed Jiao. Ah. Introduce or connect.
少
Oh, I typed Jiao. Probably the.
家属
他们是病人的家属。
Oh, family member they want.
黄金
十足的黄金。
布
Excuse. Oh. 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 Wait. I'm thinking of something else. Wait. Am I? Or is it just diction? Okay. Like, I already did that. Like. What? What? Oh, that's not.
某些
某些人
Me? Oh man, I put in an I. No. Waiting. 规定的地点。地点。Rather fit in. It's probably, yeah, assemble. Oh my gosh. Bring together, meet together, assemble. Assemble is good. Sure. It's already understanding of regardless. Then of the generation and origin? Generational house? Oh wait. Oh, is this aristocratic? Oh yeah, this is aristocratic. What? Oh, aristocratic family. That's why I didn't. 被套，被套，
被套
他找不到被套了。
被套，like 被套。Cover for the back? Wait, oh no, quilt. Oh, a duvet.
上山
上山需要带水。
词典
现代汉语词典。
shouldn't have stopped in the middle. All right. So, or in the end. Let's see. We have we want to go for the oldest one. So, the oldest one. They're okay. They're okay. Nungo is a little sketch. Able to do is good though as a block. Mao is a little sus. I keep defaulting to 3 instead of 2. Like Mao Pi instead of Mao Pi. That's kind of a slightly though, not enough to raise a red flag. Now Xiao, it's not the first time Xiao happened. Yeah, but so it's Shrek that's connecting the stuff. I couldn't think if it was either Shrek or no, it could not have only been Shrek. Should have thought about it. And then, do I have? So Jiang Xiao, Jiang Xiao, and there's one other. Those are new. I'm not too concerned. Oh, there was something that was new that I'm not too concerned about at the moment. We'll see. So those are 2. Zhang and Xiao. What was? It was like just first chapter or something. Oh no. Oh, Wenjiang. Oh, Wenjiang is Wenjiang is butt. Both of these are really butt. They both have very little to do with. Oh, I can understand why the character seems like it's isolated because it's butt. Both of these are butt. The two words are loosely dealing with chapter. And I don't know how to go about that. Because it kind of lines up with the Japanese too. Which alright, I'm probably we're rote memory. That's gonna be fairly rote. Outside loose new mind. So Young is, and then this is part of Xiao, but I kept typing Jiao. I don't know. Xiao, and then Xiao, so, Xiao Shuo, is fine. Fairly limited, of course. There were 3 things, right? And then can I find the 3rd thing quickly? I think it's a new thing. Yeah, that's kind of okay. Assemble was pretty terrifying. What was the symbol? It had coming together, so jie. No, assembles. It is the English. I don't use like assemble is okay, but coming together like good enough. I just couldn't think of assemble. more like semantics. But 结合 is like I'm making hand motion. 结合. That's fine. Sometimes translation is optional. Okay. So we'll do these 要and 当. Okay. All right. Look at our Spanish stuff. Do today. I was thinking having a short day today. Not to be sure. I did get to a wonderful time to hear a new thing that's coming to do. Kind of neat. I'll probably talk about it a little when got some things to talk about. I have like a long spiel. I have like a super even longer spiel about AI being used. I think how many times have we talked about it in the past? Probably 3 times. Oh, these are, oh no, these are scary. Except for Bing. Bing is the only one. Okay, so actually I want to know what this looks like. There's one that looks like this. What is it? Oh no, I need to look for it. It's what was it? It is deep. It is a tree. Yeah, it is a tree. It's interesting that it's not on here. A similar character, but deep is missing a tree. Okay. Let's see. For this, what is this? Sink is missing a tree. Tongue. I want to say Bing. Or is it Joe? Bing. In I almost want to say it's yeah. Jiang. Oh no. Yeah, this is cursed. Oh, because the holy buffalo. Dang it, I forgot the holy buffalo. This one's pretty good. B. Done. Or is it done? In the shop. No. I think it's done in the shop bathroom because of the mirror. Cool. Bing. Ton. No, not ton. The ton. No. Oh. Oh, toe was but tomorrow's getting rough. It's getting pretty rough. I'm seeing lots of new characters. Although I still see older ones like this. this. Oh, there's still quite a lot of ones that I know. Oh no, there's some outrageous ones. Oh hey, some familiar ones and more outrageous. Like, I don't know, what is that? Okay. Uh. It doll. Doll. I. Oh no, doll B. I gotta stop. Okay, sorry. Bank rub. 指使，right? Oh no, 即使，即使，okay. This one's gonna take some time. There's a lot of turn of phrases. I'm scared. Yes. Sure. No, not yet. 是这样，是这样，试卷，我是 okay. Yeah. 我 How does this work? This one sucks. Yeah, I still don't have it. It seems. Okay. 立即. That one's fine. 在乎. What is how? Oh, hair. Oh, this one's rough too. This is probably the beginning of where all the vocabulary is gonna be requires a lot more abstraction. I'm feeling it now. 问卷. Oops. 问卷. Oh yeah. 问卷. 帮B. Yeah, that's fine. 弱点. raw 弱点. 小活. 小活. 呃 法治. Okay, that was a little questionable. 是 raw. All right, let's do these. All right, so we have Chucky. No, I'm just kidding. Charlie Brown is resting in the infirmary, right? And like Charlie's dismay, the room is being filled with spraying water, right? Spraying water, and out of the intercom, people are being challenged to a legs race, for a crown, and Charlie Brown, in his disposition, pretty much saying, "Good grief!" He just gets off the bed and he sinks in. Womp womp. I think it works really well because I can just imagine Charlie Brown like, nah, this isn't. Let's let let's just not do in a very dark way. Um, this one's tough. Jimmy Neutron has made his way into the bathroom of chapel, where upon entry there's a sudden holy buffalo that descends at him from a hill, jolting out of the tile floor. And after that, a holy foreman. We'll just double down on it. Alright, now we have Bigfoot, who is chilling in his bathroom of his house, trying to make a makeshift rice patty because he's Bigfoot. He's got to keep it on a down low. He is almost complete. He nearly completed his rice patty as he has a grain stalk with flowers growing out of it. Oh, all right. So now we have Dracula. This one's weird too. So Dracula, I have an idea. So Dracula has made his way into the bathroom of the pawn shop because he accidentally got a little skin exposure and it caused inflammation. Right? It caused inflammation. So he decided to take a vintage spray to the bathroom and use it to thin out the. Now we have Goofy, who's just doing goofy things. So he happened to walk into the basement and walk around goofily, only to run into a wall and break some of his. That's okay. Goofy's got it. I don't even. Bigfoot is outside of the English Manor. Oh wait, I do. So he's just chilling. It's cold. He's got a nice suit on, for visiting the English Manor, but he's preoccupied. He's chilling out on the iced over water. Right? Ice over water in the dead of winter, ice skating around. Because Bigfoot. Ice skating on his feet. Figure skates. Okay, and then probably easily one of the roughest ones. Tarzan making his way into the bathroom of the bakery where he's working. And he was gonna clean up all the powder and the flour, but he noticed that there's a grain stalk penetrating through the walls. So he grabs a step stool, and he pulls it out only to reveal a gigantic hole that reveals the road to the bakery. That's rough. That's really. And what was today's two characters that just seemingly have been forgotten into the ether? No. Not nothing really, unfortunately. It was fine. The definition was fine when it happens. And then what was another one? Gal was one. I don't remember what the other one was. Oh. Young is no reason for this either, other than it's alone and its associated vocabulary doesn't read. It's the fairly weak. And all the other ones, I think I'm okay. Starting to still block them out. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero. I don't typically have a digression during HanziHero. There you have it. It's related to, I forgot to tie it back, like that whole the AI statement. Tie it back to HanziHero. HanziHero uses generated AI. Oh, not the mnemonics, but actually a lot of the stuff is off. But the synthetic voice generator, and I appreciate it, obviously. And despite that, those are two separate things. You listen, you watch donghua here and there, donghua for enrichment. My parents watch programming and whatnot, so I always pick up words along the way when hearing them going up. But this is a separate thing. It's another source to the pile, and in this case, it's incredibly consistent. Now, here's the thing: the irony here is, a lot of times things, in order to solidify things, require a lot of consistency. But at the same time, the end result is to appreciate the nuances and the inconsistency of things. So, part of the process. On one hand, AI generated stuff are consistent. It's incredibly consistent to the point that it is unnatural, right? People don't always sound monotone, regardless if they're happy or sad when they say something sad. Kind of feel a lot of cadence changes and whatnot, especially in English. Unless you talk to monotone people, which is possible. Like, there are individuals who say, I'm okay. Like, this is me okay. Does it sound like this is me okay? This is also how I sound when I'm happy. Like, also, this is how I sound when I'm sad. That can happen, honestly. In fact, I would say, my personal experience, that's how a lot of visuals sound whenever I have the opportunity to listen to them. Or they always sound happy despite being sad. Like, let's go, have like lots of high. And of course, we have to remember that the situations that I see them in are typically the same situations. So it would be interesting if during their sharing and demonstration, they're able to vary their intonation, right? Their diction, whatnot. So in this case, I still think synthetic voices generation, writing stuff, it's generic, but I have a hot take here. Some of the most redundant generic things are the foundations of life. So Yes, it can be very jarring and boring when you have just basic sentences that are soulless. At the same time, I would beg to differ that probably a lot of the things that people do are soulless to them too, like routine can end up being soulless. You can be soulless in saying you hate everything. That can end up being soulless. Generalizing every single AI statement into one thing is soulless. It is generalizing. Generalizing and generalities destroy nuance, right? That's kind of so. Before we pack up here and talk about generalizing things, I'd like to welcome anyone to come by and throw in a little bit of perturbance, right? Inject soul back into discussions. Take away and break down categorization, right? For entertainment purpose or for exchanging and creating sentimentalism. I think it is incredibly almost oxymoronic, maybe even hypocritical, that individuals remove the soul from their argument by stating that something is soulless. So when you make a statement and you make a giant generalization, that is removing the nuances and the idiosyncrasies and spariousness of human thought and opinions and outcomes and responses. So when you're making a very generalized statement about people's behavior and their consequences, and then say that the criticism is that if things become soulless, like, but at the same time you're saying statements that deliberately illustrates why these things are acceptable, right? If you're here and you're listening to me, it's like, oh, I don't like this guy's opinion, so I'll just pretend that this guy's opinion doesn't exist, right? I'll generalize him with all the other ignorant people. Like, yeah, now I became a soulless, generalizable, ignorant person that piles in with the other people. That is mass convenience. That is pragmatic. It is efficient. AI is efficient because it takes averages, takes patterns, and then use the most useful characteristic pattern. It's baked in now, in my opinion, is greatly baked into how people rationalize and look at situations. You're either 1 or you're 0, right? 1 could be desirable in certain situations, 0 could be desirable in certain situations. Generalities and categorizations are a self-feeding tool for the behavior of choosing to all in on one thing and not a mix of things. So I like to think that competition and exchange of ideas and counterpoints will breed soulful pursuits, things that have the idiosyncrasy, personality of passionate projects. So people will again once be encouraged and at some point be inspired and want to watch and sit through watching someone show human reactions and human progress and not the fastest thing possible and the most reproducible things possible. But that's not the case right now. If you want to see what is more interesting than a human being being robotically super accurate 1,000 times in a row to break a Guinness World Record or something, a robot that does that, an AI that does that. What is more consistent than a friend that has up and down days who may or may not want to play with you or interact with you because they're having a bad day and you refuse to adjust to it and be a friend? An AI, a bot will always be happy, obligatory, and behave the same way. So if you only speak to your friend, for example, when they're down, or you only speak with your friend when they're at their highest point, and and you only talk about CEOs and talk about changes in decision making because they're always categorically behaving consistently all the time, instead of being a human being making decisions based on lots of factors, and they can walk back and change their minds and whatnot. That's a little bit more of a sobering realization, in my opinion, that on the internet, the target audience behaves like they want their game to be consistently iterative because it elicits the same dopamine response. They they are normalized to a behavior where you see the same remixed repost post in 30-second post in a doom scroll, right? They want to see that in order to learn something, they also have to see those same 10 types of doom scrolling things, where in order to learn, you need a footage of like something that is doom scrolling. Like nowadays, in order to understand a word, for example, in language learning, you put a side part of like an episode of SpongeBob or something that you've probably seen reposted like 100 times. That's human characteristics being pragmatically optimized. So if you ever have time to come on by and interact with a dynamic process, I'm here. Welcome. Welcome. Even despite if you completely disagree with me, be ready for some friction, some arguments. I don't think emotionally I'm emotionally prepared for these type of things. Come on by and completely disagree with me, but it's the act of doing that will normalize some of the appreciations for not interacting with automation. I will not automatically answer a question in the same way every single. In fact, I actually try to do that differently. The message may be similar, but my anecdotes and the way I go about it is ever changing. Is that great for learning? Probably not, actually, for this day and age. We young lads wanting to answer the question of whether they want to tackle a new language. They want consistency. This is consistency. SRS is consistency. And yet for the foreseeable future, how I'm going to go about this is going to be slightly different as I'm going. With more knowledge, with more learning, more exposure, my take on all these things continue to switch and change a little. I am by nature. The results of entering the right answer, that's a different story. That's one outcome. One outcome that gives you the correct answer. How'd you get to that outcome is ever changing. So, yes, I agree. AI can make it feel even less human to an extent because it is not human. At the same time, when people think about interacting with another human being, they attack humans for what makes them not AI. And what I mean by attack, I don't mean like about him attack someone. I'm talking about the disinterest. Like, oh, that's your opinion. Well, I don't care about your opinion. Here's my opinion. If you're like, if that sounded incredibly rude, it's not meant to be rude. That's the interaction people have. They come by, they say hi, and then they leave. They come by and say, what's your opinion? And not stay for the response. And then when they hear the response, they don't respond themselves or like be invested in. And then if people disagree, they just walk away and ignore the things. So in AI that's catered to doing whatever you want and however you want it, and stilted and soulless, you don't form emotional attachments. So you can hate on them without getting blowback. You can hate on things that are artificial because they don't have any repercussions. They have even less repercussions. And yet at the same time, you want human things, but have behaviors and skills not well equipped to interact with other humans. And I think that's one of the crutches of the post-internet language learning experience. I would actually go against other people and say the hardest like barrier to acquiring a language actually and I think those people who don't believe that is out of touch, is slightly out of touch, including myself, because I've been humbled multiple times how dependent and how dependent people are in isolation versus the desire to be social. And I'm not talking about introverted and extroverted things. In fact, that's another entire spiel about a whole generation of people self-diagnosing themselves as introvert as an excuse for not developing communication skills. And then all while at the same time constantly complain and have cognitive dissonance on why all the people around them lie to them, never make good friends, and somehow they go around and badmouth whoever they disagree with, and then continuously complain and pandering to self-entitlement and complaining about privileges that they have right online. Those are forms of communication in which that communication is developed in isolation. They do not require a necessity to understand the self, which is interesting. You would think they would develop a sense of self, but no, parasocial relationships end up taking over self-identity. That's so crazy, right? Now you interact with people, their opinions are not their own, because parasocial relationship is very powerful, as in you get influenced, and then those are your opinions. They are not opinions in which you spend time doing communication and talking to other people in order to develop your idea. It is selectively bred and normalized by your interests online. It's mechanically optimized to convince you through mere exposure most of the time what your interests and your opinions are, and your world, really. So even that has been taken, in my opinion, like that opportunity to explore and disagree with things have been taken. And then now it sounds like a vicious cycle. Those who are older who says, oh yeah, the easy part is downstream when you start talking to human beings, because you'll naturally want to talk to other human beings, talk to other native speakers. When you learn a language, you get excited to talk to others. That's not true. I earnestly believe that's not even the social norm. I think that's a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, someone who's very experienced, who's out of touch with their target audience. And that's especially true for those older people who continue to make videos, who on YouTube and like on social media platforms, and not addressing the elephant in the room. The idea that they keep downplaying the necessity of skills that their audience typically do not have anymore. And what I mean is they don't have yet, because it's pushed off so far down the road, right? Like, oh, now I have all this language, but I have no way of naturally engaging in maintenance of it, because I don't want to talk to other people. So now we're going to go into AI situations, right? And that's great. In my opinion, that's a step towards interacting with human beings. But here's the tough part. While that's happening, the credible people of the world continuing to sideline, thinking that it is natural now, that eventually the inclination is to talk to other people. Like, well, sort of, until all that convenience overshadows it. It's not convenient to talk to a human being who can't give you a straight answer, because their knowledge might be limited. It is far more convenient to talk to an AI who seemingly, probably reliably, have more knowledge base than a human being. But that transaction with an AI is very different from the transaction with a human being for now. And I like to think it still remains that way. There's some nuances in there, but it's very difficult to know. What is a great case in point? several hundreds of thousands of people prefer to watch an AI react to their questions in a live stream than having a human being argue and discuss things about their life in real time. Like, to me, that's the same as those people who've been working for a company for a very long time and still claim that they got blindsided by a move the company was making for quite some time in their field, in their industry. Also, like a long-time influencer who didn't see that coming and pretending like they got blindsided and betrayed by the writing on the wall. In my opinion, I think that's a lack of due diligence. And here, I would say the same. I've tracked how Twitch traffic and all that stuff has been happening in the last 6 years, and it does point to that whether the older people or people who are now aging, like it or not, that integrating AI is not targeted towards them, and it is very out of touch when you do not see or you haven't experienced or talk to other people of the target age. What would they rather prefer? In my opinion, a lot of them substantially would prefer to talk to an interface or interact with an interface and never have to interact with a human being until they need to, right? And when they need to, that's when the tough gets going. And I like to throw my hat in the ring. If it's one person or two person, I want those people that I interact with at least come out of it, their first experience or their tough experience, right? Their tough first experience to be a positive thing, be a proactive thing. Humans are not out to get you or not intentionally out to get you. But the downside is when you are surrounded by people who don't want to interact with other people because a whole generation of people are now conditioned to not want to talk to other people, it can feel like humans just don't care about each other. But this 40-year-old or soon to be 40-year-old at least care about the random person they meet. I still care. So if that's enough to start a wave, that'd be great. Parasocial relationships are the norm now. People have relationships, better, stronger relationships with other people that don't even know they exist than their own parents or their siblings. And I think at some point it's going to reach a critical point. And either this generation or this current adult generation, Gen Z, is going to be the guinea pig for that transition point, or Gen Alpha is going to be the transition. It's already past prime for millennials, right? And I'm talking specifically aligned chronologically with the United States timeline. So when I'm referring to millennials, I'm talking about late 30s to early 40s. Gen Z, they're mid 20s to approaching their 30s. And then Gen Alpha still got some time, like anywhere from like 16 to 20-ish, right? It's a little bit shifted to the right because Gen Alpha is like really new. They're like 13. But it'll be interesting to see how it works. I think legitimately it is very emotionally tough for people to talk to others, especially if the majority of their peers, where they spend their time online, loving AI, loving what AI can do for them, and never having to talk to a person, is the social norm. It can feel like everyone lacks, or it's normal to lack communication skills. It's normal to want to socialize and be and have friends, but can't do it, or don't want to do it, right? That is normal now. It's acceptable. It is an excuse. It's an acceptable excuse to think you're introverted enough that you rather rely on AI than talk to another person and learn to develop those skills. It's a acceptable excuse to not develop your own native language anymore past a certain point, because that won't give you access to more people, right? It's no longer interesting enough to develop new languages. Yes, I think despite how much I want to believe in my little bubble that I've been living in, where I get the opportunity to bump into other people who are interested in languages, like learning languages, talking about them, even be passionately hateful against other people about the way they learn language, it's still people who are willing to communicate their opinions, wrong opinions a lot of times, and still engage and argue and debate about how to learn. They're not debating about how learning a new language will become obsolete because AI technology will make translation instantaneous, so you never have to actually learn how to appropriately express yourself or have the skills even in your native language, because AI will substitute for it. Right? Technology will compensate for your lack of communication skills. Technology helps you emote now. You link a GIF to another person to express your emotions. You don't literally do it anymore, right? There are many ways to compensate for the lack of communication. Communication is both nonverbal and verbal, and contextual and planning, right? And situational awareness. That's all part of communication. How do you communicate when you're in a bar compared to when you're communicating at someone's birthday party? That's part of communication, in my opinion, right? Parallel processing of environments, nonverbal cues, and comes with a lot of skills that involve interacting with human beings. But I think that is not the typical interaction. I spend most of the time talking to myself, and I even think of myself as different people. I'm in different situations. I record, I listen to myself, my past self. My past self is not my present self. And even then, I feel a little bit closer to my humanity than I am some people who spend like 90% of the time playing multiplayer games. And when I ask them, do you ever notice anything about your opponent? And the way they talk, they don't even realize that they're playing with other beings anymore. Like back in the day, I know I say back in the day, but I'm not 40 yet. Not yet. I used to think like, oh man, that must suck that they're on that team. Like, it looks like there's a troll over there. Like I'm playing Neverwinter still to this day, and I log in and say, huh, I wonder why that guy keeps running into the wall. Does he just want to use his time to be an impediment to other people? Like I'm kind of curious. What is the kick out? Like I still think of other players' motivations. Actually, it can be a little bit of an unhealthy obsession, but my obsession are other people. Like I look at other people's decision making. Like how can I be a positive force in making people's lives far more dazzling if I just happen to be a stranger that they cross paths? Like how can I show this person in 2 minutes that we are engaged in combat that humans are awesome, right? If you say hi, I'll tell you 15 minutes of things if I could, despite if you're there or not. The idea is the more I try, the more likely someone else will still exist to know that humans are unpredictable. Yes, they can lie, they can tell truths, they can love. That's awesome. And I would love for other people to be able to express their stories and what. And there are wonderful content creators who are doing that. But at the same time, I think it is far overwhelmed by others. Maybe if you make amazing stories of other people, it can help us. I talk about those people. So whenever someone asks me about something, like they would say, I don't know. Here's an anecdote of someone that I talked once 3 months ago. That person said that they were very, very amazing, but they can't they don't understand why everyone always cheats on them, get jealous of how good they are. And we started having conversation. I asked, um, why what do you believe the reason why people constantly are jealous of you? So the person proceeded to talk about the video game they're very good at. And start exchanging and getting an idea of how this person measures what they think the is the cause of people being jealous of him. And my question often involved, have you asked the other people, like, have you once asked all these people you claim to hate you because they hate the player, um, what was the reason? Like, no, I know what the reason. And my thought was, is there any part of you that believes that you don't know that to be true? Because you can't possibly know, you're guessing. And eventually, we talked a little bit more. And my first thought was, it would be interesting if one day, I would love this, you can inform me. Like, if you're right, come here, come back and tell me I told you so, right? But before you do that, may I ask you, can you ask those people, what is it that they dislike about you? Or what is it that increases the distance between? And I disagree with having to make amazing stories. Amazing stories deal with um, bigger than life, but I don't think that helps people understand more. Real story of like conciliation, people interacting with each other, knowing, communicating are the true story. And it can help understand better because, in my opinion, it will encourage people to be like, yeah, that's not so bad. Like, someone clearly hates you. Let's go ask them why. At least you'll know. But of course, that is like a really bad scenario. That's like that instead of amazing stories, those are like nightmare stories. But what about middle of the road stories? Middle of the road stories would be the anecdote I shared. We talked a bit, and in the end of the day, that person refused and said, nah, I'll just continue being cool and haters do be haters, right? And that person left. So I didn't leave a lasting impression on that. I really would have, I'm not going anywhere. So that person has the last year to come back and tell me he was right. He could even lie to me if he wanted to. The idea is to do it and be exposed to it. So that person did not take up my challenge to literally ask the person or these people he claimed that everyone hates him because he's just that good, right? He's always good at what he does. And it would be great to know if he actually did know that. But you can't do more than how people communicate. So if you're really willing to be able to learn from someone or even talk to someone, it does have some like minimum level of communication. And telling amazing stories, in my opinion, embraces idealism. So I could tell you all my successes, which honestly, I'm probably going to be pretty terrible at talking about because I don't typically talk about successes. I talk about whatever is appropriate, that is real. And for me, I have far, far more failures if you want to look at it about impressions than I have amazing stories. But I do have amazing stories about other people. They're amazing to me though. Like for example, as someone who finally was one of my high school friends were finally able to start a brewery and be a manager of a brewery. That's absolutely amazing. I could sit there and just have them tell me how the beer process, the brewery process. I don't drink beer. I don't drink beer for pleasure, but I certainly would try some from my friends, right? And that's amazing enough. Amazing things is when two friends suddenly talk to each other again because they don't need a video game to hold them together. Those are amazing stories. The movie Perfect Days is an example of a wonderful encounter I had 3 days ago where not Tom Nook said, "Oh, yeah, we really like modern life films." And then he brought up the movie Perfect Days, which is a Japanese film published by a German group, or like it was like a collab. And this person illustrated what perfect days are like. And it's not amazing stories. It's about how to make your life amazing and meaningful to you, while it doesn't have to be absolutely ideal, right? Problems happen with the character. They go about doing their thing every day. Appreciate the times they have. But instead, in my opinion, this illustrates my point. Being a better person or realizing things are better than you requires a balance of self-discovery. But if you're constantly being bombarded by what is the ideal way people should and could behave and what they believe is amazing, then I'm not entirely sure if that improves the understanding about yourself. It tells you what other people believe is, learn more about the other, but oftentimes there's no form of self-reflection. Interacting with those other people, possibly. Interacting with them. So when you ask someone, "Hey, would you care to share a discussion with me about this thing that I have been having problems with?" And I'll be more than willing to oblige, right? For myself, anyways. I'm speaking for myself. But it would be really interesting what the internet would be like if that was a social norm. That's really not. Substantial people would make a comment and do not further actively engage in comment. And that comes with language learning. So, language learning, most of the time people are focused on their technical prowess and their comprehension, but not how they're going to use it in interacting with other people. I learn a language personally. I learn a language so I can explain things. I can demonstrate things. I can show how I remember things. I learn for the sole purpose that one day, whatever I do, despite not being able to speak fluently in Chinese and Japanese for the rest of my life, maybe, who knows, I'll be able to explain something because that allows me to exchange my ideas. And that breeds amazing stuff. My friends are amazing, for example, because they know how to hold a steady job. They are amazing because when I'm sad, they can help me be happy. They are not necessarily amazing because they're doing 100 flips in the air while on a parachute and also being able to juggle 3 bowling ball pins all before landing from a skydiving event. That is not what makes them amazing. And I think that, in my opinion, is a little bit lost in the in translation. It's amazing when you have a friend who say, "Yo, what's up?" and you feel better. That's what's amazing about human connection. So perhaps we'll talk more about that in the future. I should elect those type of stuff. For myself, what I can offer is a droning voice that tells you it's not so scary, and it does require practice and perseverance to find human connection in life, because generationally it's tough already. I think, though, there's most definitely a market for that, but not in the malicious type. I think there's a lot of companies that are making a lot of money off of the guarantee of better mental health, like mental health in the sense that they're really giving off communication vibes. it would be fantastic if if that type of thing is not viewed as a handicap or a disease or some sort of unnatural occurrence. I think socialization is very tough when you don't do it at all anymore. Ask yourself, how often are you either talking to yourself, reflecting upon yourself, or getting active feedback from someone else? I think someone coming to my face and say, you're full of it, you don't say much of anything, you just rant and you don't really learn language, that's still more human contact than someone who avoids any form of negative feedback. But I would not find that okay if all they get is negative feedback. And I think that's kind of what the internet is good at. They're excellent at pointing out flaws. That's one of the natural ways of, that's more the social norm now, to interact with other people when someone does something wrong. It's not exclusive. Again, there are wonderful content creators that celebrate the triumphs of making mistakes, the triumphs of miscommunication that leads to even stronger relationships, outcomes. Stumble only to discover treasure, that kind of situation. But it is heavily outnumbered. I would say at least 3 times as much volume as highlighting controversy, disagreements, avoidant behavior, and also any reason to eliminate human possibilities to a small pool of people that may or may not occur in their life, despite how great the internet is at bringing people together, right? Even when they're rare. So yeah, I hope that in the future people are not going to, they are gonna find, I think learning a new language, someone asked me what my own perspective is, my singular perspective. Another perspective of learning a language is, with commitment to learning a new language, as part of the process, if you are so arrogant and prideful and motivated and passionate, one of the steps in learning a new language is that you're going to have to interact with another human being. Hopefully. So I think if I had something to kind of preach or suggest that is great about learning another language, is you might be able to achieve a situation where in the future, when you look back, yeah, communicating with another person is, yeah, I don't even know why I was introverted before. Mind you, I'm still introverted. I think one of the glowing differences between an introverted and extroverted person that you can ask yourself, one of the 10 maybe factors that is very telltale, is when you interact with a person, you get tired over time. Those energy drain. I do. I can't continuously talk to other people or myself or stream public space continuously. I need to, right? Extroverted people, they could go on to the detriment of their body, right? Because mentally they are energized. So I can empathize with introverted people. That doesn't necessarily mean that you could lack all the communication skills and be able to foster fruitful business, both personal and professional relationships. Actually, I would be inclined that a lot of the very famous or proliferative content creators all would likely say the same thing, where it is taxing and emotionally draining and exhausting to consistently socialize with people. And yet they are very well adjusted to a profession that involves on a daily basis interacting with people, right? So if I don't want to say if they can do it, you can do it. I want to say take steps. And I think life is quite a bit interesting, beautiful, and also scary. I understand what other humans are. And yeah, that's a little plug. Like, more than welcome, right? As always, I end these particular segments. You're always more than welcome to stop on by, drop your hot takes. You're not even obligated to hear my response. Maybe in the future, I'll use your comments and whatnot as anecdotes for future. So I do go out and try to look for amazing stories, but those amazing stories are random comments every day, and I will use them and carry them in the future. I have over 1.5 years of language learning related anecdotes, and they are amazing because I can use them to be amazing and impart value to them. And I welcome anyone else who is doing that about their lives, about the hey to your friends, or the yo GG, right, to your friends, or to your companion in a video game as an opportunity to foster new. And with that, I think these days you just kind of see the same pattern how other people speak online, which can bring about boredom. So that'd be a reason why you go offline. That's understandable, Ellen. That's understandable. And I agree with that, actually. The things that I'm talking about when it comes to the normalization of behavior, that's why that boredom is tough. And the introvertedness and they're connected, right? If you find that there are seemingly enough same patterns for you, you may also tend to believe that those people will have the same things to say. So when you interact with them, you may have a very predictable outcome. And that predictable outcome is no longer a reason or sufficient incentive for you to even interact with other people, right? Like, I'll give you an example. This is not an amazing story again, but I play Hearthstone. I played Hearthstone since closed beta, and I also have played Overwatch since closed beta, but I did quit like 2 years ago. And whenever you look at a Hearthstone opponent, right, you get this, you play a game and you win, maybe by like the skin of your teeth by a reversal in one. Hearthstone has a lot of swingy. It's very swingy, especially in constructed. So eventually, like a person, your opponent, your former opponent will send you a friend request, right? And you probably know what that friend request is about, right? So I click on it, I accept it, and that person basically swears at me six times in a row, spams like hateful messages, and then they unfriend me, right? So in a way, you could say, well, what happens the next time? Well, I did it the next time, and it repeats the same way. Then the next one, then the next one. And to this day, I still haven't found one where if I win the game... Oh, wait. I did find... Well, here, I won't spoil it, but I didn't find one in which I won the game. And they friend me, and they didn't do the same thing. So that could be boredom. It could be disinteresting. So what happens to the person that do that? They stop accepting the friend's request. Because you know, oh, it's probably the same similar pattern. It's probably going to be the same. And it's not going to hurt me very much because I've already seen it all the while, right? However, there's a little silver lining to this. Now, there are different situations. Now there are different interaction opportunities, right? Humans have some idiosyncrasies. So what happens when when someone friends me when I'm the loser by the skin of my teeth? So I accept those friend invites when I lost by like a narrow margin, and the person does another predictable speech pattern. They come by, it's like, yeah, good game, man, you almost had me there. Like, I had these in my hand. What did you have in your hand? Like, that's great, right? Then you accept the next one, same pattern, and even that can get boring. Something that's positive, that's predictable, also get bored. So do you stop doing that? I actually would argue that people who encounter even the slightest positive redundancies in people's speech, like saying, how's your day? I hope you're having a good day. yes, it's a similar speech pattern, but being around positive influence, you will still continue to take that as a way to become less cynical over time, right? What what is the classical cynicism about losing? Well, everyone's gonna be a sore loser. Is that true? If everyone else is doing it like you claim, that's probably going to be true. And I would likely, realistically, I would agree that statistically you're more likely to find a sore loser than someone who loses gracefully. Now the question is, now you know all of these things. Did you use any of that information to change your circumstances? Like, for example, how do you find a graceful loser? Like, what does a graceful loser look like? If you know all the same patterns, now you know what not to see, right? Not to avoid. So how do you effectively use that information? Where do you go and see people with interesting patterns online? Now the question is obviously very difficult. However, when I ask myself that, the question is it worth it for me? Like, lots of people say, oh, is it worth it? Like, why go through all the hoops when you know everyone's just gonna be boring and whatnot? Like, well, I go back to my original statement. One person, despite all the failures, one person, few people, it's pretty much worth the world. So yeah, patterns can get boring, and patterns can make you think that you understand everything about human behavior, and I would agree. Well, like, I fall into that pit every once in a while, and then I meet someone who defies all, and that's what's worth it. So I think one of the biggest differing patterns between someone who's a graceful loser, for example, or someone who learns a language without focusing on fluency, or talks to someone effortlessly without having to worry about what they think, but instead decide to ask them each time, are the behaviors that are cultivated from the opportunities of interacting with a person, not avoidant, regardless of how boring it is. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that most people find boring are amazing to me, largely because I make it for what it is. So when someone is able to get up and go out for a walk for like 5 minutes a day, every day, that's amazing. Tell me about it. Tell me what you see in those 5 minutes every morning. If you wasn't thinking about anything at the moment, maybe we can make it something. Can you go out tomorrow and tell me an animal that you see? If you didn't see an animal, let's try something else tomorrow. Because only a human would be, in my opinion, most of the time, another human interaction would be interested in. Not waiting for, like, humans voluntarily interact and invest in another person. So you could wait for a human, like you could say, oh, well, if other people don't do it, then luck is not on my side. But if I get lucky, I'll just wait until I get lucky till someone else voluntarily comes across me and be interested in my life. Like, well, that's fair. You can go and spin your wheel of luck for that. If you happen to belong to the Gen Z, your luck might be a lot lower, right? However, luck can still be on your side. You can make yourself available. Sit here, I'm doing it right now, right? I record myself, do these things, and maybe luck will come along the way and reinforce if you need that. I do not need. I have wonderful friends, at least I think I have wonderful friends. They're not like stars or celebrities or people who are changing the world with sweep of the brush and whatnot. They're amazing because they're my and also I try to be proactive. So instead of waiting for someone to show me a different pattern, I'm gonna try many different ways. to try to find people who are not the same, perhaps. In fact, here's another one. If the things that I like are the same patterns, then I will still interact with all of them because they're things that I like. So when based on your comment, I would say a lot of times when you say you just kind of see the same patterns, I think you're kind of seeing the same patterns that make you bored. Not the patterns that you're not interested. You're likely not interested in the patterns that aren't the same because they're not interesting. Like, for example, if you don't like puzzle games and someone is playing a puzzle game, then they would sound the same if you only focus on the things that isn't the puzzle game. The puzzle game would be the thing that's not the same, but if you don't have any interest in it, you'll still be bored. Like, if I'm learning Chinese, but a person only is interested in Japanese, no matter what I say, it's going to sound similar because everything I say in Chinese would be irrelevant. So then, boring. When my friend says "daijoubu desu," right, or "it's all right," or "I'm aight," I'm going to make a production out of it. They say it's like, dude, you say that all the time. Can you explain what is your aight difference from today, yesterday? And that is a literal example from someone I know for over 5 years now. And he no longer says I, but he says I for fun now. Like our understanding of I is different or whatnot. So it is boring. They do say the same thing. And at the same time, you can be proactive about it. You can make that not the same thing. Oh, and they can make you not constantly think that they're always the same. The problem is on the surface, it takes a little bit of depth in order to see if they're actually saying the same thing. I don't know how frequent my way I'm speaking, way I'm talking is reflective of Twitch, of the Twitch's pattern speak. I actually model myself after similar patterns of other people who speak online to create a comfort zone, because I believe people emotionally have comfort zones that are repetitious, but then I go violate that slowly. So I first speak in a very similar pattern as a comfort preference, because I understand that humans are very comforting when they expect things that they understand. And then maybe down the line, there's a chance that they would be less bored, and I would kind of push a little bit. Ask them about what do they find interesting? What do you think is the standard? Describe the standard speech pattern of people online. Let's talk about it. And then how can you make them throw them off their game? But not in an offensive way. Like, how do you slyly figure out if they respond the same to you? Would you throw a SpongeBob reference? Or would you talk about the movie Akira? Or talk about how Minecraft is so overrated? Ooh, I might have hit some nerves there. But you're like, oh, no, but I don't think Minecraft. Let's go play something else instead of Minecraft, right? So that's kind of like, you can control how people don't respond the same way. However, I think now we're getting into a little bit suspicious territory, because the way people try to get responses from other people so that they be less boring, for example, tend to be the same things in my shoe. So how do you get a response from me that might not be the same as any other person as a viewer to streamer relationship? They say something incredibly offensive and see if I react very emotionally distraught or something like that, and then that's good enough for them. So that's the type of proactive discussion. Or you can have two random people say a question, and it took me 3 hours today to answer their question. That's my way of proactive. So perhaps that might not be interesting to a lot of people, but it certainly would be good enough for some, maybe even very little people, and that's worth it. Not that you're one of these people, but it is really wonderful that you're able to speak candidly. You don't think you're disappointing others for acting the way they do online or even in general. You just let others do their own thing, then you decide if you stay or leave. Interesting. Parasocial. Yeah, parasocial. That I actually I'm not entirely sure how far back where you were here when I was talking about it, but that's parasocial relationships. You stay detached and you let them and you observe. And then whether you're interested or not, you stay detached from the relationship, which is very normal, right? It's one of the classic responses. So when people kind of seem all the same speaking, largely because they also interact that way when they're doing it. So for example, when they stream, parasocial as well. The streamer is having parasocial relations. Like, okay, I'll just let you go. As long as you guys don't do anything like crazy, just exist. Like, it's comforting. Very comforting to exist. It requires, in my opinion, a lot more effort when you have to interact, have a stake interaction. It's far more efficient to sit in a... And I agree with you. I have quite a lot of parasocial experience. After I stopped streaming and doing my thing that I'm demonstrating, I would go on YouTube, look at interviews, podcasts. I would study how people interact with each other, right? Interviews in Japanese, Chinese, English, Chinese, Japanese mix while they're explaining things. So I would look at how, but these people are interacting in like streets, right? It's a interviewer asking cultural questions to other people, like in Japan and in China, and that's kind of my parasocial relationship. It doesn't matter. They don't know that I exist. I stay and watch the rest of the video if it's interesting. I leave if it's not interesting, right? And I think that is a very normal thing. And I'm not entirely sure if I said anything about you being disappointed or acting the way they do. I think that is I would assume you don't. You're apathetic to it. That's what creates the boredom. Apathy creates the boredom and the seemingly similar patterns that is associated with apathy. Things are very similar, largely because there's no perturbance of the interaction. You yourself, you don't have a stake in it. You don't have to interact with the things and change up the game. It requires an investment, and that creates the typical environment that Gen Z, or those between 20 to 30 years old, resolve socialization. You don't do it, right? You choose not to do it, which is fine, as long as you're telling yourself you're perfectly happy, right? If you're perfectly happy, that's what I say is not something that would surprise you at all. For those who get a little personal or who thinks I don't do that, I actually talk to other people. They might want other social interaction, however they're choosing not to. So when I hear someone who says they don't feel anything and they just determine everything without interacting with the people, that person that I was sharing about how they believe everyone is jealous of them because they're very good is this is a gamer. That person's a gamer. They record themselves. They do whatever they do. Apathy, huh? If I tell you that I'm fine with myself no matter where I am, what am I doing or who I'm with? Would that explain why I'm fairly detached to things? Huh. I mean, that seems pretty well. Yeah. I think it sounds like you're a very solitary person. And maybe you don't need human. Yeah. Sounds pretty healthy to me. It's consistent with what you're saying. Is there anything that you are attached to? Do you find that you have a source of reward with yourself in some way that makes it feel like it doesn't matter where you are and what you're doing and who you're with? I've met some I think I've had the privilege to meet some people who have a very strong sense of solidarity. They prefer their solitude. Um, I wouldn't be able to talk about myself in that. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'll ask some of my friends if they believe that I'm a solitary person. I think I would say I'm fine, yes, with myself, no matter where I am. And I would say I'm also fine doing or who I'm like what I'm doing and who I'm with. Um I don't think I would need to say that I can be one or the other. I think I can be attached to things and also be detached from things for sure. Like I like what I like and I don't like what I like, but I can also like things because other people like things. Like my friends like something, so therefore I like it too. That's a form of attachment. And if you don't like something and your friend likes it, uh that matters to me, but it wouldn't necessarily matter to someone who only cares about themselves. Attachment, I guess myself, but I guess over time you slowly remove things that doesn't have to take too much, and that would lead. If you have room yourself, then at least you'll continue. Sort of thing. That sounds reasonable. Um, do you? I'm kind of curious. Do you have any? Are like? Do you have like next to no interest in being a part of someone else's life or anything like that? It does take a lot of energy, and I wouldn't want to convince some. I wouldn't want to like. It's very understandable if someone has an incredibly efficient life and they only worry about themselves to find that it is very troublesome and high investment but low chance of success to use some of that energy to interact with another. And then when it fails, right? Like for example, if you hadn't done this a lot of times, right? The first couple of times, if they lead to failure, it would confirm that you wasted your energy. And then you would have to continue to try until a success. And even then, that might not necessarily convince you that your time and effort was worth it, right? And that's probably, in my opinion, the current conundrum that faces those who spend most of their time really happy with themselves. I think, like, sufficiently happy with themselves, but have very little interest in investing in them. Being someone's hero? I didn't say anything about hero. That's of grandeur. I'm sometimes known as a smart, resourceful person, or at least to you. Okay, you just end up wanting people to try to know themselves a bit better and solve their own Rubik's Cube that sometimes only they themselves can solve. That's fair enough. But that is very self-aggrandizing, suggesting that being someone's hero. Mutual exchange is probably what I was. Unless you were suggesting that that's how everyone thinks you are or how you consider yourself. Yeah, I don't typically default to how much I can offer someone. I default to the potential of exchange. So they certainly have Rubik's cubes that they can solve, that only they can solve together. But there's also Rubik's cubes that can only be solved by you and them too. And then there are Rubik's cubes that you can only solve yourself. So, uh, three sides of the same coin. In fact, there's a fourth side too. If you want to expand, there are Rubik's cubes that neither you. And it's the failure to try that can lead to dimensional growth, like a different form of a different dimension of growth. However, from your description, it's you and them. I mean, there are ways to get them to solve their own Rubik's cubes without necessarily solving those Rubik's. Be solving different Rubik's cubes that are designed for two of you, or three, or four, and solving those allows them to solve their own. That would involve a forward investment. Not saying that you have solve that I can see. We're strangers, so I'm definitely curious about your candid share about being a person that people rely on. So I imagine then what do you typically consider as Rubik's cube? I like your choice of Rubik's cube. Do you like Rubik's cubes by any chance? Not sure if you sit there like you have a investment. It's a very specific choice. A very specific choice. Art and when you say Rubik's Cube, you're thinking of one's personal crises about existence, life, and meaning? Oh. Yeah. One has personal crises of existence, life, and meaning. Certainly. And there are people who share crises, existence, and meaning. So there are personal ones and not personal ones, right? I feel like you're making this a personal thing. So, you have your own personal ones, and then you believe that other people have their own personal ones. At least that's the impression you're giving me. And I'm talking about crises that are shared by people, not crises that are independent to one, in my opinion, can't possibly understand the synergistic or symbiotic relationship between two people when they constantly view the process of personal crises as personal, at least in my opinion. So like when you're helping someone, you're not necessarily helping with their own personal crises. They are crises that you may share together. Their own personal crises will continue to be their own personal crises, solve on their own. I think maybe you're particularly also suggesting that because everyone has to solve their own personal crises, that comes as an incentive or a logical argument to not get involved or be involved in other people's business. And I can appreciate that respect. Where if you have your own personal ones, you do at your own pace. You are self-reliant on yourself at all times, and you kind of expect and want to see that from other people. That's understandable. Two very independent people can come together and still solve different Rubik's cubes and possibly emergent crises that are interpersonal. as opposed to personal ones. So interpersonal crises would be like cohabitation. Those aren't independent. Or like making a very, very awesome video game. Those would be collaborative Rubik's Cubes. Unless you're in a game development situation where everyone has individual Rubik's Cubes to solve. Yeah, that's kind of it. You mind your own business and others can try to work themselves too. I can help where you can come in, but I know I don't have all the answers. Okay, but why is it that you are always the one that's being depended on? I mean, you can help when you come in, certainly, but you can also exist in people's lives. At least personally, that's an option. Of course, you don't have all the answers. No, I like to believe that much like you mind your own business and other tries to mind their own, you don't have all the answers and others don't have all the answers. But when you come together, you might have more answers than you think that you don't have and the other person. But that's perfectly fine. Again, I'm emphasizing that I'm not suggesting you need to do that. But from my perspective, the interaction with another person introduces more questions as well as more answers, but also less solutions and possibly even more doubts. So all of them come together as a consequence of interacting with them. And if you don't engage in that, then one can be also accepting that you also don't have communication, personal skills to understand or appreciate those situations. I think that's perfectly fair and logical. I hope. Like, you're perfectly satisfied with minding your own business and having and believing that others will continue to try to mind their own business. And that is the state of what I observe. And I think that is very great. To be honest, you can't pinpoint why you become someone dependable. You just am, and that's what you're working with. That's fine. Yeah. I will. I mean, I have to take your word for that matter. I'm not entirely sure if I find, right, personally for me, I think there's more to it. Maybe you are someone who elicits an invitation or approachability, but when you're working with it, for example, to be honest, you can't pinpoint it. So that is something you're working with. And it clearly, if that's what's happening, it seems like there's something there that makes you dependable. Right. And that's an awesome thing that you can leverage and use, but you can also choose to take it at face value and not use that to your advantage, right? So minding your own business is certainly one way to reduce the need to be dependable or like people depending you. So what a situation. Maybe like you're the go-to guy in a workspace and people just somehow defaulted to you as the go-to guy. Since you're gonna continue to isolate yourself largely because they keep coming to you for things and you don't want them to deal with you for things, then on the one hand, those people might stop or they might continue. On the other hand, you can probably, if you're engaged in socializing and expressing these things, you can tell them to stop depending and expressing that you prefer to mind your own business, and you'll be able to communicate to them in some way that they should really be encouraged to solve their own. Proactively, I'll take my point of view in this. If I discover that someone to find me dependable, I remove that dependence by trying to help them become independent. So, like, I'm not sure what your professional background is. I'm thinking like an office setting as a generic backdrop, but like, laboratory setting when you have 3 colleagues who work with you for like 3 years, right? If there was a dependency, we try to encourage each other and refine each other's ability to become more independent. So we pass on skills to each other, and then we become colleagues and friends. So my friends and I are not dependent on each other. We are independent people who independently have coincidences of common interest. So whenever those common interests aligns, we all solve our Rubik's Cube. But while we're solving our Rubik's Cubes, we tackle bigger cubes that go beyond the person, beyond a single person. And that's usually when you enter the area of professionalism or things that require more than one. And in that way is probably why I choose to share things as a demonstration as opposed to telling people what to do or telling people about myself. I don't necessarily have to do that in the same way as suggesting trust me, bro. I will demonstrate that I can be independent, and hopefully that because I am independent, it can inspire other people to be independent. And then when I discover that there's a dependency, I tend to actually proactively encourage them to be independent through example. Like, hey, if you're feeling down, I'm not suggesting this is you, but other people that I meet, like, they openly share stories now. But I really, someone says, oh, I have a problem. I'm like, okay, can you tell me about it? I'm not saying anything, obviously. I'm just asking questions and listening. And they ended up finding the solution for themselves. 2 or 3 years down the line, they're like, yeah, cool. I'm glad you were able to share this story with me. I didn't do anything. I listened and I asked questions. Sometimes people will directly ask me for a solution, right? Or like, what's your opinion on this? What do you think you would recommend? And I would explain all the things I know, but I can't tell them what to do with that. I give them as much information as I can, provided the amount of time, and hope that through that information, they are able to synthesize their own. Now, sometimes, on the really rare occasions, which is probably an exception that you probably make too, when it's dire, like for example, a couple times in my life where someone was going to make a very, very unfortunate decision with their life, then I would intervene. But that I'm lucky in my life, I suppose that it only happened like 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. I like to believe that I don't want to keep encountering these situations. But generally speaking, my friends, if they are dependent on me on something, I demonstrate and I be part of their life, but they become more independent over time. And that independency comes from them also becoming voluntarily wanting to share things with me. So over time, people ask me to join in their festivity, and I would reciprocate as well. And that's not necessarily dependency, but voluntary reciprocation of generosity. So dependency implies that there's a need, give and take. Open generosity reciprocated between friends are 2 independent people who simply are greedy for more than themselves. Like, I prefer to play this game with one of my friends because that's more, not a cost. You think you're gonna go make tea? You can continue. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna take a bathroom break and stretch because I do swap to Duolingo Spanish session. But thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate your candid share. It's really interesting to see and talk to someone who has a very solidary like identity. Yeah, and enjoy your tea. So hey guys, that was the segment, right? So for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time, right? I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Duolingo. Thank you.